Reminder for everyone untuk dapat di pembimbing sebagai observer kita tidak akan masukkan ke dalam breakout room sekarang karena sekarang dalam waktu pembangunan kasus. Jadi kita akan masukkan ke dalam breakout room kalau misalnya waktu pembangunan kasus atau case building sudah berakhir ya. Jadi untuk sementara kita akan taruh dulu di dalam di dalam main room sampai waktu case building selesai.
Halo Kak, maaf, ini kebetulan saya tadi terlempar. Seharusnya ada di ruangan 12.
Okay, hold on. I think I'm gonna start the recording first. In 3, 2, 1.
Recording in progress.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Day by day, more countries are sinking because of the sea level rise that is happening, especially in the Pacific Ocean. And this rise was perpetuated by the global warming caused by the greenhouse effect. But really, this greenhouse effect is caused by the air pollution because of the carbon footprints we implement or we exude from our vehicles, transportations, and so on and so forth. And so if we don't do anything about to solve this greenhouse effect that is caused by our air pollution, then we are the same as deliberately sinking all these countries and basically put a blind eye to them. And so that's why we, as the Indonesian government, want to subsidize renewable energy at the expense of fossil fuel, to make it more accessible to more people. Before I start, I want to clarify several things from this motion. First of all, as the motion has stated, we are talking in the perspective of the Indonesian government. Secondly, I want to clarify that renewable energy in our case is basically energy sources that can be replenished within a human's lifespan. And this includes powerhouses that uses sources like wind with wind turbines, also waves and things like geothermal or natural gases. And secondly, what is fossil fuel? In our case, fossil fuel is strictly energy sources that cannot be renewed within a human's lifespan. And so this means that it takes a long time, perhaps a millennium, or maybe more than a millennium, maybe more than a millennium, right? And this, some people may argue that fossil fuel are still considered renewable, perhaps because fossil fuel is basically produced from decomposed biological waste, right? But the thing is, they are carbon biological waste that weren't able to be decomposed by the bacteria that we have today, and so therefore fossil fuel generally cannot be regenerated in our time because we have the bacteria that the past didn't have. And so how are we going to subsidize the renewable energy at the expense of fossil fuel? First of all, what we're going to do is to reallocate the subsidies meant for fossil fuel to renewable energy companies. And this means that we don't need any more tax. We don't want to exploit the money of more people just to allocate the money to the renewable energy sources, right? What we are doing is just to reallocate the budget that is the amount of budget that is meant for fossil fuel sources to renewable energy companies. And this means that we will be more focused on the development of powerhouses, wind turbines, waves, and geothermal. And why is this important? Because Indonesia actually has lots of potential in these renewable energy sources, such as waves, also geothermal, because we live in the equator, also natural gases. We have lots of volcanoes and so on and so forth. And so the reason why these have not been optimized by the Indonesian government until today is because there's only very few people that rely on these sources. Most people rely on batu bara because it's been our natural source of energy since the colonial era, right? And so this means that we want to shift people's dependency from fossil fuel to something that is more renewable. And secondly, we want to incentivize people to implement this change gradually. We know that by reallocating subsidies to renewable energy means that we make fossil fuel expensive, but that is exactly what we are trying to do. We want to make people rely more on these renewable energy sources by making them cheaper, but making fossil fuel energy more expensive by the year. And we know that even if we can't achieve this fast, maybe in perhaps 5 years or less, but we know that we will eventually, maybe in 10 years time or maybe in 30 years time, we don't know, we can still make changes. No, thank you. And so why is this important? So the mechanisms for this change is actually an emergency. Why? Because we are trying to address the main problems of the world today, two of which are climate change and also equality. For climate change, the transformation from less carbon from fossil fuel energies will promote less carbon footprints to be used by most of the Indonesian population. We know that we have a huge population, and those huge population are relying on solely the generation of fossil fuel energies, and therefore we contribute to a lot of the generation of combustion waste, as seen from our gray skies and so on and so forth in Jakarta, right? And secondly, why does this address our climate change as well? It's because we are trying to not exploit the natural sources that we have already mined since so long ago, as I said before, probably from the colonial era, right? And this means that even though perhaps you say that electrical vehicles still require the mining of lithiums and so on and so forth for the batteries, right? But really, essentially, we are trying to shift from only mining petroleum, but to mining an alternative energy source, and that is lithium, right? And so we are giving a break to all these petroleum sources to renew themselves, right? And so instead of just making it more and more less by the year, we are trying to make use of another source just so that these petroleum can regenerate and so on and so forth. And secondly, we are trying to promote equality. Why? Because by subsidizing renewable energy that has been for a long time is very exclusive to only the richest. We are trying to promote equal access for all people from every economic classifications to be able to access and to contribute to the climate change solution, right? By making all these renewable energy sources to be more affordable, then more people from the low economic classes and so on and so forth, they can access the same energy sources that the richest have been able to access the past few years. And therefore, we are proud to propose.
Thank you, First Speaker of Opposition. First prop spend 7 minutes and 21 seconds. Before we move on, just want to let the quorum know, because I see some observers entering the breakout room. Observers needs to be identifiable, so make sure to rename yourself with observer _ your identifiable name. Otherwise, the committee will have to remove you from the breakout room. So make sure to make yourself identifiable as an observer, and as well as maintain the quorum. Okay, to open the case of opposition, calling First Speaker of Opposition.
Am I audible and visible?
Both audible and visible.
Okay, pronoun she, her. If you want to view, I just unmute. I won't be looking at the chat. By the way, I'm gonna try to be as sensitive as possible. I'm gonna say about minority groups and for okay. Pardon? And 2, 3, 2, 1. How far are you willing to let side proposition neglect the screams of the people for the sake of uncertainty? Don't let the mere assertion of sustainable technology thrive on the illusion of success. Fight for stability, vote for opposition. Incredibly proud to stand on the side opposition. Points of framing this debate that I feel like needs to be said for the crystallization of the debate. First, what are the actual incentives for Indonesia's government? First, they obviously want the well-being of people, and also they care about people's perception. But also, let's notice on the prioritization of Indonesia right now. They want economic, they want infrastructure, they want growth for the economy, because we are a developing country that wants to also drive for like development, right? But also renewable energy, it also means like it's going to be probably centralized of the use of water and geothermal. Let's also note on how this is something that is very uncertain, something that is still under development status quo. Only developed countries like the EU or China or maybe USA has the capacity and has the incentive to be able to make this sustainable. Also, what would the policy on our side look like? First, we would probably push FDI investment towards like maybe public transport by the government, but the well spread of economic welfare is inherently needed for Indonesia right now. And also, let's talk about how people would react. Notice on how people would actually react towards this, because a lot of Indonesia right now is still below the poverty line. It means that in the sense that people will retaliate if their right is being used by the government by something that is very much uncertain. Look, governments don't really have the won't really have the capacity. Why? They are held accountable by voters. They care about perception. They want to get reelected. So if it comes to the assertion that they want to push for a policy that's very much uncertain of the likelihood of the success, that is something that government of Indonesia doesn't want to really sustain about. But what's our counter proposal in this debate? First, opposition would want to push that we would not subsidize the renewable energy in expense of fossil fuel. Instead, inside opposition, we will develop welfare and push infrastructure for like people in general. But also, let's talk about how we would still get like some sort of development in the renewable energy. First, instead of us like taking an expense of the subsidies, we'll actually push like the FDI will be allocated towards like certain renewable energy R&D. Don't buy their case. This might be important in 10 years' time, but not in status quo where this debate revolves on. Point of response before I move on to my argument. First, based on how they think Indonesia has a lot of resources to get this type and how they want to get like accessibility for all people. Question their likelihood on this. They never mention you about their likelihood, so call them out. I'm gonna call them out on that. First, also, let's talk about time efficiency. The time that they are using to develop this type of energy is going to be relatively long, knowing that in status quo, it's very much urgent for Indonesia to have like these subsidies, for them to have transport, for them to have like these sort of like subsidies on like their daily lives. For example, but also in terms of capacity, Indonesia, but do question they don't have the technology to develop success of this renewable technology, right? To be implemented like outside of Japan, for example. To argue this speech, first I'm going to talk about why majority of Indonesia's citizens aren't accessible towards this type of energy. But also in second argument, I'm going to talk about how our counterfactual is much more effective and efficient for the long term. Let's talk about my first argument. I'm going to have two layers in this argument. First, I'm going to talk about why most people aren't accessible to renewable energy. Second of all, I'm going to talk about like state principle and the incentive of Indonesia's government. First layer then, proposition has the burden to prove on how the renewable energy will be spread efficiently, not like look, let's characterize the status quo right now in Indonesia. First, poverty rate is still above 50%, means that a lot of people are still like living on a day-to-day basis and trying to live under ends meet. But also, second of all, a lot of renewable energy is still centralized in Java. Province like Papua, Sumatra don't really have this sort of energy to begin with, right? But also, what's the problem? Renewable technology is still relatively new. Even developed countries, it's still something that is very relative new here. But what we want to note is that the prerequisite of success of this technology comes at the price of stable economy. Only we achieve that in our side of the house. And also, lastly, subsidies are insanely important to the livelihood of Indonesian people. For example, like it's very much important for most people to rely on subsidies. Let's give an example, like, okay, i.e. Pertamina. Well, most people in like maybe like Bogor or like maybe in Jakarta still live on the subsidies of Pertamina. We can see in the context that daily things are like there's daily lineups about like long queues, i.e. like a lot of people still won't really opt into Shell because it's inherently expensive. Not a lot of people are accessible to that. But also, second layer then, I'm going to talk about the state principle. State has the incentive to want to cater towards the people. State is created by the people to create a sufficient and safe place. Look, people give their full autonomy to the state in exchange of protection. It is really not justified for you to be able to take the expense of a lot of people's need in the daily life where they still need these subsidies like these fossil fuel to be able to like live on a daily basis. You still need these subsidies to go to work. You still need these subsidies to go to school. For example, it is within the incentive of the state to want to actually cater towards people. Let's look at the incentive of like Indonesia's government right now, right? Government don't want backlash. Why? people will get mad. They are in much more scrutiny by the people because they want to first get reelected. They first care about the people because they want the development of economy, right? But also, let's also talk about it's important for people to have access and diverse and accessible necessities. Fossil fuels is something that is so important to the daily lives of people. But also, lastly, second argument then, I'm going to talk about our counterfactual is much more effective and efficient. Let's talk about I've told you how diversity of options is very needed on the framing of people. Since infrastructure is very much needed, we need to take account on how our counterfactual will able to cater towards that. When we push for government to have an incentive for the well spread of maybe transport, it means that we have much more budget allocation towards going through to the development of these, right? Because FDI will be pushed towards renewable energy, so state budget will probably focus more on social welfare and education. Proposition can't put a blanket policy towards this because this is likely in our side because the prerequisite of FDI is for investors to see that the government is capable in securing this, right? Also, but since they want to get re-elected, the likelihood is far more likely because they want to push tangible impacts. It means that our counterfactual will probably invest to public transport. Public transport is still needed in this sense because then government won't really have will have the budget to be able to allocate towards these public transport, because if you want to push for renewable energy or for the sustainability of environment, we can still do this in other ways. There's check and balances that exist within status quo. For example, maybe public transport, for example, maybe buses. People can still opt into this for the sake of maybe saving the environment instead of them going to daily on daily with maybe their cars or maybe with their motorcycle. For example, it's something that is there are coexisting check and balances that exist within society. Therefore, maybe the development of infrastructure, the development of transport is much more needed and much more efficient in terms of Indonesian status quo right now. The importance here is society needs to have an increased quality of life. The way we get this is when we push for these sort of things, means that people will have a better quality of life. If we don't take other subsidies, it means that in our side, it's much more better for people to cater towards this. In comparison, we gain more diversity. Our side is more flexible and give fluidity to people. Proposition becomes limited to the assertion of a black and white policy. It means that we play on this utopic world where Indonesia is very much capable to actually sustain this for the long term, right? And in comparison, our counterfactual is much more efficient because then we don't really push that much of trial and error towards this renewable energy, which is much more prone in propositions world. We need to note on how it's important for people to have these sort of options and diversities in terms of maybe public transport, in terms of them having to go to school without actually having to worry about maybe this the rise of price from these fossil fuels, right? It's very much important for us to be able to cater towards the citizens of Indonesia right now. It is within the state's principle, it is within the incentive of the state for us to be able to cater to a much more significant larger demography of people brought to.
Thank you, first speaker of opposition. First up, spend 8 minutes and 24 seconds. Now to extend the case of proposition, calling second speaker from opposition.
Okay, let me put on my timer. Okay. One second. Okay. I'll be starting my speech and wait. Before that, am I audible? I forgot to check.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you so much. My pronouns are she, her, and if you want to give BOI, just unmute. Thank you. I'll begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panels, for years, we as Indonesian government have been facing countless obstacles in keeping the country intact. We understand that we evaluate our past regulations that have impacted the nation the most, knowing that we have been behind many countries that have been thriving both in sustainability and stability. We know that all of this time we've been facing backlashes from people and how they have had many aspirations that we have not granted yet. And therefore, to fix the roots of this problem, we say that it is essential to propose in this motion. Before that, let me give several responses to opposition. They say that a lot of people will retaliate and how our case is not in the status quo because this is gradual and we have a target in the upcoming years, only 10 years time or at least 30 years time. We say that this is not true because we have said in the first place that the reason why in the status quo, this is and urgent, knowing that the massive like stagnant instability in Indonesia itself, and we have already had many backlashes of people, knowing how like Jakarta's air pollution has been so bad that a lot of people have getting like lung diseases, and how a lot of people have been saying that the petroleum like price isn't even affordable for them in the first place. And then the reason why this is actually relevant to the status quo is simple, because we are not saying that it will happen now directly, but we are saying that at least our side has started. At least even if the time you plant the seed isn't the time that you harvest the fruit, we say that at least we have planted the seed in the first place, not like what opposition is doing in the first place, right? And second of all, they talk about public support and how like a lot of people will like give backlashes. I will be talking about this later in my argument. And then third, they say that fossil fuels is so important to people. Panels, the reason why until now people are so dependent on fossil fuels is because we as government haven't done anything to mitigate this problem, because because all this time the only resource that they can use is fossil fuels, and we as government we realize our sin, and now that's why we propose this motion to like mitigate that entire thing. And then the fourth one is about like public transport, and we would like to say that how this is actually like inclusive to our side of the house, like just like how we have like electrical train, and how we're also gonna say that there are some regulations upon how gradual this is going to be so that buses can still operate. And then we're just gonna go to like points of like extensions, right? First thing is that Indonesia's government will work according to the needs and aspiration of citizens. Yes, we do buy that argument. Why? Because we're democratic, and then we have like more incentive to not disappoint them, or else there will be like massive backlashes or like protests, right? And second of all, our mechanism acts gradually. I will say and how this is really important. First, we will do like socialization or like observation of like what resources we have in the first place. I know that government has been like disappointing people, but now we say that we have a program. Well, if we want to do this, we will do like observation first. We would know whether or not there are several places that need more attention, that need more development. We are not going to say that they don't need like attention in the first place. Like, and then second of all, we would do like allocation of subsidy in like a gradual pattern. We know that if we do this like in a drastic change, people cannot go to work. We know that. That's why we say that we support a lot of like facilities. For example, the subsidy, like the allocation of like this gradual subsidy of like petroleum will be put into like making like trottoir and stuff like that, so people want to walk, so that people can actually go to like their work like places well. And notice that government also has like a zonation condition, like so like people who are like close to school can go to like the closest, like the nearest school, that they can actually walk and not have to like use car and stuff like that. And third, public transport development. We say that in our side of the house, because we gradually like decrease the use of like fossil fuels, we would still have public transport, and we would gradually change that public transport into the renewable public transport. For example, if in like the first 5 years, we would still allocate this, like people, like we would incentivize people to use buses. Yes, bus still use fossil fuels, but again, at very least, a lot of like private cars have not like been operating that much because of like this restriction upon like fossil fuel use, right? So in the end of the day, they still use like they're still able to use bus, but gradually we will change it so that we would like put the development on like the electrical train and stuff like that. Before opposition says like where do we get money, I'll explain it later. And then the fourth of all, people have been asking for eco-friendly change in national range. And four, this would actually work in Indonesia because we are not in a fully like metropolitan or like industrial world, and how this will be like providing like equality. For example, like if this is happening in like capital cities, we will like probably put as an allocation of like public transport and etc. And then B, if this happens in remote areas, at least they're going to be embracing eco-friendly ways of life. So the first argument then is about like equality and public support. Why this shift would work? First, support and agreement from civil, and then B, and then second, this even if this is not perfect, and like a lot of people would have like different opinions, we say that in the end of the day, a lot of people would have different opinions. A lot of people would like say that they don't agree with this, but at the very least, we have said that we have evaluated. A lot of Gen Z says that they're tired of like breathing like this pollution. They're tired of wearing like a mask every time they need to go outside. Right? We know and we hear their voices. So like, how does this work? How does this promote equality? Because like fossil fuels promote inequality itself. Why? Because fossil fuels have had bad records in Indonesia. Only certain huge companies have the authority to control them. Like usually 1 or 2 dominant company like Pertamina, just like what opposition has said, right? But if opposition says that if like Pertamina decreases, like our economic or like APBN will like face a crisis, we say that like, well, let's just bite the bullet. Yes, even if this will like face like an economic crisis, but we say that because our program is so supported by the civil, and people say that this is a really good program, we say that a lot of people would have the incentive to put investment in this program. People would like that our country has becoming like more shifting towards like eco-friendly side, and they would have the incentive to make their like home better. They want to like breathe fresh air, therefore there will be like investment going on. And then B, civils have been progressive. Notice that many NGOs that like support notice like there are many NGOs that like solely being built just to like support like eco-friendly and like how sustainable Indonesia is supposed to be. We as government, we know that this exists because we haven't had enough, like we haven't given enough to people. That's why like a lot of NGO exist in the first place, right? And we hear them, meaning that we understand and we would like subsidize all of these NGOs to help us through it. This would actually also empower other people to act upon it. This is why our gradual program would work, because we believe that many people in Indonesia would cooperate because this is their home and they understand how important it is. And then second of all, we believe that a lot of renewable energy is like, there are a lot of it in Indonesia because we have a lot of innovators. There have been a lot of like unheard innovators that are able to make like a powerhouse made of like water, made of like turbines that have like never been heard by the government. We know that this is our fault. That's why we're gonna listen to them. We're gonna give them subsidization. And because we empower people, people would see that, oh, the government is actually making changes and they would support us, right? And then the second of all is like country stability. Why on like our side of the house would provide like more country stability? Because like I think that the first priority is to actually provide a comfortable place to live. We are not ignoring education, etc. Like what like opposition said, we're not ignoring them, but we feel like our damage to environment has been so bad that if we do not take action now, we will just like go extinct in the next 10 years, right? Because I think the first priority is to actually fix the environment themselves. Because B, this will actually benefit other sector. If our environment is good, meaning that a lot of like other sectors would follow that development. And then C, this will actually promote to an instant of like stability. Even if it's not instant at the very moment of the status quo, at least we have planted the seed while opposition have not done anything to plant them or fertilize them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, second speaker of opposition. Second prop spends 8 minutes and 15 seconds to extend the case of opposition. Calling second opposition.
Hi, am I audible and visible?
Yes, both audible and visible.
Is it possible to not be recorded for this specific speech?
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna pause the recording.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Even if
Okay.
it's not recorded, I'm still gonna do several disclaimers that everything I say is for the sake of the debate. This is not a personal hate towards the government. I think this is just for the matter of NSDC. So yeah, sorry. Okay. PO, I have preferences for you to unmute yourself, pronoun she, her. I will not be looking at the chats. Starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panel, their side is being inherently very mean, very dismissive. They're willing to let people suffer from not being able to do mobility for the sake of building a powerhouse that does not even have any certainty of outcome, and no likelihood analysis has been provided from their side of the house. We then question the success rate of their actual proposal that they're actually gaining to this debate. If to reduce environment damage is what proposition is so desperate for, then our side has still fulfilled that benefit at the end of the day. I think my LO speech has already went through our contra proposal where we want to attract FDIs and actually building infrastructure and actually building the prerequisite of their case to actually run smoothly. Which is to fulfill the infrastructure that is needed for the renewable energy itself. If their proposal is only to reallocate the subsidy to like renewable energy, how is it actually going to operate without having like the equal amount of infrastructure that can actually cater down towards all of that subsidized, right? Look, every country's condition is different, and you cannot simply use the same blanket policy without seeing the condition of the country itself. Opposition is living in a utopia where Indonesia is literally living in like living in like technology that is very that is able to cater to all of the renewable energy that they're trying to subsidize, right? Countries in Europe, for example, or countries that have like a large capital may use this proposal for the sake of like pushing the awareness for the use of renewable energy. But Indonesia, the infrastructure that supports renewable energy is still lacking. So if their proposal is only to allocate like this subsidized to like renewable energy, we question about how is this actually gonna run, right? Rather than reallocating entirely, our counter proposal will still gain some, then becomes two layers. Firstly, we will still gain some sort of improvement from renewable energy by gaining like FDIs that exist and in terms of like in terms of for the renewable energy itself. And secondly, we will not be a dismissive government. We will not be ignoring what the people actually need. And we will not be actually ignoring the people that is depending on the subsidizing for fossil fuel itself without giving them any sense of certainty, right? Moving on to clarifications then here. Firstly, they misunderstood our case. They mentioned on how and under our side, we wouldn't have any progress of the environment's safety, right? Panels, let me remind you, firstly, there would still be like a development of public transport. Like this is not only exclusive under their side of the house, right? People can still access to renewable energy at the end of the day. We still have like counter proposals for the sake of renewable energy. Secondly, then, this is an actor's motion. We need to analyze the incentive of the government and if this actually incentivizes the government to actually do these certain of things, right? Thirdly, then, development of renewable energy will still happen from FDI budgets. We will not use like the shared budget from APBN, for example. We wouldn't use like the allocation. We wouldn't do any allocation to fulfill two things. Firstly, we will still fulfill like the progression in renewable energy. And secondly, we wouldn't be very dismissive. Responses here then, they said on how their side, they will get support from people. This is very untrue, right? People main priority in Indonesia is how they're gonna get food in the table, right? To have like economic stability, to literally not have to worry about what they're gonna eat tomorrow. They never engage in the worst case scenario. They're living in a utopia where people suddenly all have the capital to live without like the access to mobility and to live without the subsidizing that literally all people depend on. The likelihood becomes very fragile. They're very dismissive about the actual condition in the status quo. Please engage. Moving on to extension then. What's the thesis here? This is an actor's motion, right? So let's actually focus more on the main actors here, which are like the Indonesia's government itself. This extension will run under the incentive of the Indonesia's government itself. In terms of this debate, I think my LO has already mentioned that the government has two incentives. Firstly, the well-being of people, to ensure the well-being of people. And secondly, the people perception of them. I think this is something that we need to highlight here. Even with the current status quo, I think it is safe to say that they're very much care about how people perceive them, right? What will happen then if we actually execute proposal? Two things. Many people would be very angry and so many backlashes would happen. The only likelihood about saying that people are actually supporting this program is that people are asking for change in the environment, but the thing that needs to be highlighted here is people are also against like radical changes, right? Society itself contains like so many types of people. It contains so many layers. This radical of a proposal would only be supported by a small amount of like the society. Meanwhile, most of the society still depend on this subsidy on like Pertamina subsidization, for example, and they're basically everything that happens in their mobility is dependent on the sake of this subsidizing, right? From this, so if you just allocate all of that funding from fossil fuels to renewable energy as an entirely, you're letting people suffer. You're letting people actually not have any mobility at all. And if you're letting them to depend on public transport, they're actually being very dismissive about the people in the rural areas where public transport are not something that is accessible to them, right? Why? Because public transport is only centralized in like the middle, in the central of like Indonesia itself. Public transport is only good in Jakarta, for example, or in Jabodetabek, for example. The people in the rural areas that are not going to be accessing these public transport are not going to be able to be catered to by their proposal, right? The government would not want this then. Two things. They care a lot about getting re-elected. This is something that we mentioned already too much. And secondly, hence they wouldn't go to an extreme extent of entirely erasing a subsidized program that had been going for very long. This is going to gain a lot of backlashes, and the backlashes is going to be very large as compared to the backlashes that's going to be happening under our side of the house, where people are like begging for environmental change, apparently. Meanwhile, when we compare mechanism with our country proposal with attracting more FDIs, that will still get the benefit of like reducing environmental damage that they're so desperate for. Like two things then. Firstly, even we became a prerequisite to ensure that their case would run effectively under layers of analysis. We question the urgency to implement this in Indonesia, while there's still people who can't afford the things that they can make use of renewable energy itself. Electric cars, solar panels, for example, these things are also very expensive. And if their way of actually making this more cheaper is, we also question the likelihood of the success of their mechanization. Do notice that we're not going to add more money into subsidizing renewable energy, right? We're going to use the same amount of money that we use to subsidize fossil fuels. We question the effectivity of this allocation. Renewable energy is inherently and entirely very expensive. It's already 7. The impact of subsidizing renewable energy and like subsidizing fossil fuel would differ significantly. Under our side, we focus on subsidizing like the fossil fuel that people are depending on. At the very least, we don't actually ignore what these people actually need. Meanwhile, under their side of the house, what they can do from that amount of money, we're not going to be as equally impactful as what we can do under our side of the house, right? What they can do is going to go to the extent of only cutting taxes, for example, or only cutting the electrical bill for the people, for example. That is not going to be as impactful for the people, for all people entirely in Indonesia. You cannot put a blanket policy on that. That is very much pretty dismissive. From the comparison here then, we fulfill the government incentive even more by not adding more oppression to the people. We fulfill the incentive of this motion itself. We also will not going to be stagnant. We would still have improvements, just not by erasing anything that already exists in the status quo, which is why we're proud to oppose.
Thank you, Second Speaker of Opposition. Second ops, that's 8 minutes and 21 seconds. Just before moving on, do time your opponent as well, and be mindful about the timing for POI. I will help with the timestamp, but just in case, also time your opponent whenever they do the speech. Okay, to summarize the case of proposition, calling for Speaker of Prop.
Okay. Okay. Starting speech in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, opposition would like to claim that they care about the country's economy, but a short-sighted mindset on the short term harbors more towards national travesty than it does amelioration. Yes, I'm claiming that the opposition has a short-term mindset. Why is this? Well, they claim development can still occur when it may be important in 10 years' time. But I'm asking, how can this be if there might not even be an Indonesia in 10 years' time? What opposition is saying is that as a government, we should still enable fossil fuels. What this means is we are enabling something that's destroying our own country. If Indonesia is so heavily reliant on fossil fuels that they claim its citizens need its subsidies, that it cannot function absent it, then what happens then when this dependency disappears? At its very definition, fossil fuels represent the antithesis to renewable energy. And because of this, their ultimate fate is to deplete, it's to run out. And I'm not saying this is something so far removed from us, a fate so far that we don't even need to think about this. This is something that will happen in our lifetime. This is not the heat death of the universe. Will this not make this dependency akin to an unhealthy addiction, as it's not sustainable? And analogously, is it not better to remedy this deplorable reliance on such things by diversifying our portfolio, spreading the eggs across multiple baskets? Even better so if those baskets are more resilient and the eggs are made better because of it. This is exactly what renewable energy is. Not a singular basket meant as a replacement, but it encompasses so many solutions: solar, geothermal, hydrodynamic, aerodynamic, and most revolutionary of all, nuclear. As a government, would this not precisely be our onus to safeguard our country's economic sustainability, as opposition also agrees, given the temporal factor in the long term? Not only that, but Scale also plays an important role. Renewable energy in many ways possesses more efficacy than fossil fuels, and as time goes on, could and has been proven to be made more cost efficient, either through improved technology from manufacturing processes to revolutionary innovations in materials that make them more lucrative, perovskite crystals, neutron multipliers, and whatnot. Or especially as the supply of fossil fuels go down, as it inevitably would, so too will its cost rise and ascend. In this case, renewable energy bolsters our economy not only in terms of time, as I've said before, but scale as well. And if executed readily, could give us an edge in the global competitive market because we are investing in new technology. Furthermore, opposition likes to argue the case of whether or not people would support them because people value their immediate needs and they view that as being fossil fuel. But I ask you this, is it not our responsibility as government to look past people's needs and know what they will need in the future? What have we not been taught to focus on our future rather than our now? They also say that people might be dismayed and distraught at the fact, at the notion that they will have to surrender more taxpayer money in order to subsidize this this idea of renewable energy. But we're not saying we need to do that. The national budget for oils, petroleum, and fossil fuels is already so high. All we will need to is just alleviate a percentage of that towards renewable energy. But enough of the bureaucracy, so often used to numb and blind our senses. My next point is, what of the thing that actually matters most? Not money or monetary possessions, but the very soil we stand on, the planet we reside in. Nature and the environment has my precursors not stressed enough that not only is fossil fuels replenishable, but it is downright devastating, killing even our planet. The very byproduct of fossil fuels, its carbon emission, is causing climate change, linked to so many exacerbations of phenomena such as seawater rise, crop season discrepancy, spread of diseases, of which in Indonesia we will be most affected. When compared to renewable energy, the few, if any, examples of its byproducts are eclipsed and pales in comparison to fossil fuels. And even then, renewable energy do not produce consistent emissions that are actively damaging our climate. And if that is expense, if fossil fuels, something that could be akin to a pestilence, a plague to our earth, is the cost to pay to save and rehabilitate our planet, is that not the cost that we will pay in a heartbeat, especially if we are the government? Now, especially now, if we look upon Indonesia's significance with nature, we are very much a nature-centric society built upon, we like to consider ourselves attuned with our heritage, and that includes natural aspects. Now, we've talked a lot about economy, and I've already explained how that could be emboldened by renewable energy. But perhaps the primary tenet of our nation as nature is also additionally ameliorated like this. And seeing as we are an archipelago nation, as I've said before, we will be the most wrought with the effects of climate change. Sea level rise will be most prevalent in countries like us. Diseases will spread because of our tropical climate, and this has been exacerbated and made worse by rising temperatures. And because we are on the equator, we're already on the maximum spectrum of human survivability when it comes to temperature. Further rise in said temperature would just downright kill us. We are the most wrought about this, and that's why I urge, and as a government, I urge that we should be thinking more about such factors in order to safeguard our nation. Is that not what a government should do? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as the government, once again, is it not obvious that not only to embolden, to reinforce our nation's economy in the long term and its competitive advantage, but to even ensure that Indonesia, with the geography it has today, would even exist in a map within a decade? Yeah, yes?
If you allocate budgets from only fossil fuel to all of those new sectors, don't you think that it will be ineffective because those money are spread out?
Can you repeat? Sorry.
If you allocate budgets from only fossil fuel to all of those new sectors, don't you think that the money will be spread out and therefore be ineffective?
Order.
Yeah, okay. No, the money will not be spread out because it is an investment. And also, the money for fossil fuels is already as large as it is. And as fossil fuels as an already established energy market, it wouldn't need any more development. So some of those money that could be allocated will be redundant, and we have enough of that redundancy to bolster development in renewable energy. It is enough, and even if it is not enough, that further investment will pay in itself a triple fold or double fold, and we will then have more money to invest in renewable energy. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, let me close off by saying that what I've said before, to even guarantee that our nation will even exist in the future, we will need to invest in renewable energy. Opposition, once again, would like to claim, to lament the screams of the people, but are these people screaming, I ask you this, because of coal or fossil fuels, or because their very homes, their livelihoods are being drowned under the rising sea? Or are these screams not of the people, but of the planet, of our country, inchoate cries begging to be heard expeditiously, we propose?
Thank you, third speaker of proposition. Third prop spent 7 minutes and 54 seconds. Now to summarize the case of opposition, calling third up. Oh, wait, I think I haven't continued the recording. Wait, let me resume the recording first.
Recording in progress.
Okay, yeah, third proposition.
Hi, am I audible and visible?
Yes, both audible and visible.
Okay, wait, let me set up everything. Oh, POI, please be verbal. And I don't want to, everything that I'm saying in this debate is just for the debate. I don't mean to offend anyone. Okay. I'm going to start in 3, 2, and 1. Affirmative team's biggest burden is to prove why their proposal is uniquely that urgent to the point that they must sacrifice the vast majority of people who are dependent on subsidized fossil fuel, and they still can't afford renewable energy even with all of those subsidization in their side, right? Those people still exist, and we cater to those people because take into account the government's mechanism of allocating the budget. They told this since their first, second, and third speaker, right? So basically, they want to take the budget only from the subsidization of fossil fuel for the many sectors of renewable energy. This is problematic, even if it's gradual here. You want to invest in so many sectors. Like there's a lot of sectors of renewable energy, not only electrical energy here that can cater to the transportation or like mass transportation of publics here. There are hydro and then nuclear, and then there's so much there that they want to cater to, right? And then their second speaker also told you on how they will build sidewalks here. And then it's just that the more sectors that they want to invest in, that means the less money that they can actually invest there. And that means they have less money to invest in electrical energy that can actually cater to those people who want actual subsidized energy or like fuel to go to their daily lives, right? So basically, alternatives will still be expensive in their side because like the allocation for electrical energy will be very little here. Therefore, they are unable to reach their benefit of making many people use renewable energy because truthfully, only electrical energy can actually cater to most people here, and they are not allocating it enough, right? So at their very, very best case judge, all upper middle class people will use it, but it's not justified because they will still hurt the most vulnerable people and the majority of people that are still below the poverty line and which they cannot access the renewable energy here. So, but then I also want to reaffirm that almost all of their benefits still exist in our side, which have been mechanized by my first and second speaker. We have told you on how we will attract foreign direct investments by actually investing in the economy first. We have told you on how we can build public transportations that are not inherently a part of like a renewable energy. So like we still care for the environment, but acting as the government of Indonesia here, we realize that we must balance the well-being of the people as well as the environment too. And we realize that the well-being of people are the most important thing here in this debate, right? And also they tried to strengthen their urgency in their third proposition by saying that, oh, Indonesia might not even exist because people are drowning right now. I just want you to gut check this because yes, we acknowledge a lot of countries are drowning in the Pacific Islands, but we are not acting as them, right? Indonesia will definitely still exist. People are not drowning in Indonesia. That is not true here, right? So then basically their urgency is significantly reduced, their case falls because it depends on that. So I have two clashes that I want to bring here. The first one is about the people's well-being, and then second one is the public perception of Indonesian's government, because notice how both of them relates to the incentive of the Indonesian government, right? So we can win the first clash by saying that we cater more to both the majority of the people and also to the most vulnerable. And then later on, I will weigh on why this beats all of their arguments regarding environmental benefits here. We told you that a lot of people still depend on fossil fuel, and therefore the trade-off isn't enough here. And then they told you that, oh, it's okay if we do this because we reduce the dependency. I just wanted you to point out on how this just proves how they don't really care about the most vulnerable people, and like basically the majority of people that we have characterized from the very beginning of this debate, that they actually really do need subsidized fossil fuel in order to do their daily activities, because without the subsidization, the price of fossil fuel could even double or double, right? Like, and then that is very important because they will have their disposable income reduced here. And I want you to take into account that the majority of people here, they are living below the poverty line, which means they are unable to afford the alternatives that they're providing even in their proposition world. So they are already used to the 7,500 rupiah per liter subsidies here. They are barely scraping by even with those subsidies, and in their side, at the end of the day, prices could almost double here. That is the picturization that will happen in their side of the house, right? They would have less disposable income. The impacts here, there are a lot of impacts. Like, for example, first, Gojek drivers who have their revenues significantly decreased because they rely on this to get their food, to be able to pay their rent and bills. And then
sorry, opposition. I think the device you use to deliver the speech has been disconnected, but I have stopped the time and I have noted the last point that you left out during the speech.
Hi, is this audible?
Yeah, that's audible too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we didn't notice that you were speaking. You muted the laptop. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I think because the laptop screen was freezing too, so yeah, it was disconnected. The time in my phone is 4:32. Oh my god, it's blurred. But yeah, it's 4:32. The last point you mentioned, you were talking about impact about subsidies towards like drivers, for example, and then you got cut off.
okay, wait, let me just reset my timer.
Reset timer.
I think if it's easier, you can set your time in approximately 4 minutes, because you have around 3 minutes and 50 seconds left.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to continue my speech in 3, 2, and 1. In their side, at the end of the day, the prices could almost double, right? That is what will happen in the proposition side of the house. They would have less disposable income, and there are a lot of impacts that could happen in their side. For example, the Gojek drivers, which have their revenue significantly decreased because they rely on this to enable to get their income, right? Or like daily normal, the average Joe who relies on motorcycles in order to get to their work. Or thirdly, that means transportation overall, it becomes way more expensive because a lot of the transportation right now in Indonesia still relies on fossil fuels and not electrical energy, right? And then therefore, if it becomes more expensive, then it halts economic productivity here. So this is very important here, right? Because they need to put food on the table, they need to pay their bills, they need to pay their rent. Environmental harms are significantly later on, like the time frame for this are still like 5 to 10 years later. Look, I would much rather breathe the polluted air in Jakarta rather than not having anything to eat here. That is the prioritization of these people, the vulnerable people, the majority of people in Indonesia, which we have picturized from the start. And not only that, but there's a macro scale impact here that you need to note. Like the economy will slow down because transportation gets even more expensive, right? It's very likely to happen because we have told you 2 things. First, disposable incomes increase, and then secondly, mobility becomes more expensive. We have already characterized this since my first and second speaker here, right? So we think that we have already beat all of their arguments regarding the importance of renewable energy, because it still have like the impacts from not doing that still happens later on. Meanwhile, the impact of them reducing the subsidization or like taking all the subsidization for fossil fuels will happen like right now here. Moving on to my second question about public perception. We told you that people will retaliate, and then they told you that, oh, this will be done gradually. First, this is a very important characterization that will be done gradually, but it was only brought in second, right? Like, so, and then secondly, let's be realistic here. When you as the government do this, there will be headlines everywhere about this because journalists know that this affects everyone or like the majority of Indonesians. So even if it's put gradually, they will realistically, they will still be mad because they don't understand to what extent that it will be gradual here, right? They only know that, oh, this my subsidies will be taken away for the renewable energies. That is what will happen in their minds here then. But then second thing that I told you was that, oh, people will actually want eco-friendly ways of life because Gen Z still want this. Three responses. First, the vast majority of Gen Z themselves still use motorcycles which do not have renewable energy alternatives here. So in their side, they will still be hurt. Secondly, other than Gen Z, there are other people too, like millennials or Gen X. Then thirdly, my second speaker have already told you this, that it's different when people ask for renewable energy versus when people ask for subsidies for fossil fuel. Because when people ask for subsidies, it is a necessity here. That is what they actually need. Meanwhile, when they ask for renewable energy, they are asking for like a complementary product here, right? So then we win this clash because we cater to the majority people and we are realistic in the way people will react. But before I move on to my way, I just want to quickly bite the bullet by engaging in the worst case and say that we are okay with the short-term environmental harm. Why is it so? Because we showcase that environmental harm isn't that urgent, and then we showcase that economic growth is actually how you get more sustainable and stable growth in renewable energy because it needs facilities, it needs electric gas stations, and the only way that we can actually build it is to have a strong economic growth, which we already proved only exists in our side. So moving on to the weighing, what are the tipping points in which you should weigh this debate, right? First, in terms of vulnerability, we already showcased on how we actually cater to the vast majority or like the most vulnerable people who live below the poverty line and can't access renewable energy in their side. And then secondly, in terms of scale, it's not only that the majority of people are living below the poverty line, but it's the fact that there will be it impacts economic and society because like the economic growth will be halted because of how expensive transportation will be, right? And also we think that we would in terms due to us actually achieving the incentives of the Indonesian government, we actually win this debate.
Okay, thank you, third opposition for speech. Third op spends 8 minutes and 28 seconds. Now to close the whole case of opposition, calling opposition reply.
Hi, am I visible?
Sorry, can you test the audio once more?
How about now?
Okay, yeah, clear.
Okay. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Proposition becomes borderline radical and dismissive when they've endorsed the suffering of citizens. Don't buy their case about the idealistic and euphoric world that Indonesia is living in right now. What opposition have told you during this debate is that we have to take account of the status quo's capacity, incentive, and also resources of Indonesia right now. Don't believe their case. Do notice on how from the very start the magnitude of harm is inherently different in both sides. We have to take account on how the manifestation actually exists in from each side, right? But even if, at the sake of a slower progress of development of these types of technology, we've already bite the bullet and told you that it is okay during our during our whip and also our DLO speech, right? But also let's mention about some strategic flaws in this debate that they've also that proposition brought to you. First, the elect likelihood. It was never clear from the very beginning on how this would actually be implemented in their side of the house. What they actually told you about these big impacts about maybe renewable technology for people to be able to breathe clean air needs to be mechanized in a way where the process analysis is clear enough for them to be able to win this debate. So also, proposition neglects our case about how it is not urgent for right now to be able to cater to the environment when the sake of economy is basically people are in poverty lines are very much high, right? Two clashes in this debate. First, let's talk about the people's well-being. What proposition told you is people suffocate because of air pollution, especially in Jakarta. What proposition told you is that it is something that within the prioritization of people right now is for them to get food on the table, for them to actually have a stable economy, for them to be able to live. So why are you in this clash exactly is in terms of how people can have a sustainable life in the daily life is something that needs to be catered to, especially in the well-being of Indonesia right now. We have to notice on how Indonesia's government want to take care of this because they have the incentive to take care of people. It's within their responsibility and it's also within their goal, right? Second question is about public perception. They mentioned on how their proposal would align within the wants of people by saying that people are begging for environmental change. Let's take a look at this. We responded to this by saying that they're living in an idealistic world where people are that woke on environmental damage. Maybe like there are some degree of like a realization, but we have to also notice on people care more about the economic, especially in Indonesia right now. Meanwhile, when you're diminishing a whole like subsidies, it means that you're taking away like a lot of like people's livability to actually live, right? Our path to victory is clear on 3 metrics panels. First, let's talk about the likelihood. We told you on the very start how the likelihood in our mechanism. It is only when you get FDI, investors will actually invest when they see that Indonesia can make people be fulfilled by growing public welfare. If our livelihood probably comes to like the expense of maybe slower progress, we see that's okay. We've already took that trade-off. And the expense that right now what is urgent in the status quo is for us to have economic development. Second of all, let's talk about the scale of impact. We cater towards the like more sectors in the status quo because we are able to build basic necessities while at the very least have progression of renewable energy. Maybe it's not going to be as significant as what proposition brings to you in this debate, but in their side, these public facilities get much more expensive just for the sake of uncertainty or the uncertainty of these renewable technology, right? In short term, we sacrifice maybe some sort of development, but in the long term, we can able to sustain Indonesia for the better. Lastly, about the vulnerability. We cater towards the vulnerable actors, which are probably majority of Indonesia. What we have to notice, and like we've mentioned throughout this case, that the status quo right now, or the framing of an Indonesia citizen is very much, at the very least, 50% is below the poverty line. So it means that when we are able to cater towards maybe like having subsidies, it means that things are like public facilities are going to be a lot cheaper in our side of the house because of allocation of budget, because we're not allocating our budget to things that are very much uncertain, like renewable technology. This is something that needs to be like probably explained by proposition which they failed to do in this debate. Therefore, prop to oppose.
Thank you, opposition reply. To close proposition case in the whole debate, calling proposition reply.
Okay. Starting my speech in second. I'll be starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. We're aware that we're so behind in technology that we're not able to make this work just in 5 years' time. We're aware as government that our people are suffering enough, and at least we're going to give them a safe place to live. Opposition has accused us back and back of how we're not caring about people and how we're going to say that this is wrong based on everything that we have said in the first place. The problem in opposition's main argument is one, they forgot that a lot of inequality that has been happening in economics, etc., rooted back to the monopoly of dominant company, of the corrupted company, of fossil fuels corporations that DPM has said. Second, they forgot that like this is a long-term sustainability will only happen after the main problem of environment and economic crisis is de-glorified, defunded, and will be allocated towards the better. And third of all, they forgot that renewable energy will still be accessible because this is a shifting, not an adding, not an additive that we have said before. And then for how they forgot that like Jakarta is literally on the brink of sinking, and how this will like affect other Pacific like places, Pacific islands, because we're in like archipelago, just like what my first speaker had said. So what are the main clashes then? First, opposition said that like they will still have like environment sustainability because they use FDA funds to like fund this public transport, right? But government says that the combustion and process of fossil fuels will still exist because they do not mitigate that, because there has been no likelihood why people would still use public transportations when basically petroleum still exists in the market, meaning that people will still have the likelihood to still use private vehicle, knowing that they can just go to Pertamina and get petroleum, right? Because they haven't set any mitigation upon what happens if petroleum is still in the market. Second, opposition said that this will actually affect minority struggle and how like renewable energy is so expensive. We say that this is literally not true because our main argument is how like the only reason right now that renewable energy is expensive is because we haven't subsidized them in the first place. And our side, but like comparatively, outside of the house, if we actually subsidize renewable energy and like shift, like replace fossil fuels energy, this would be like as affordable as fossil fuels in the first place. Renewable energy would be as affordable as how petroleum used to be. The only difference is that nowadays people would just like use like renewable energy rather than going to like Pertamina, like. And we also said that when opposition said like this is not going to happen because we have like less money and stuff like that, we say that there is like a likelihood of investment of like people and stuff like that we have like mitigated on like second speakers, right? And then the third of all, opposition said that like gradual program doesn't work, and we say that DPM has said that there would be a socialization, there would be an observation, because as Indonesian government we have faced many protests. We know that we're doing bad at this moment, and we cannot let that even happen again. That's why DPM has said like in the first 5 years there would be like an entirely like evaluative program, right? So any backlashes would be evaluated, would be mitigated before this program even exists. And also like they say that the national budget, the main thing where this will work is because national budget of like fossil fuels is so big, one of the biggest ones, just like what my third speaker has said, meaning that gradually we will use it on in like investment form of like people, and this will be evaluative, and gradually every years there will be like innovations and development using that same exact subsidization, right? So they haven't engaged any likelihood if fossil fuels is still at the market, and like what would like happen in the environment side, right? So panels, comparatively, government has cared more of people's welfare because one, in economic side, we have said that at least we are symmetrical. Why? Because renewable energy would be affordable, hence why this is actually like a replacement rather than like addition. And then second of all, in case of environment, we will defund fossil fuels, meaning that there will be no combustion, there will be no like waste, there will be no fossil fuel company that's hurting the environment. Therefore, we're very proud to propose this motion.
Thank you, Proposition Reply. That marks the end of the debate. Since this is a non-open rally, there will be an oral adjudications. So all debaters, feel free to online handshake first. Thank you so much for the fun debate. And yeah, I will call all of you again when I finish my deliberations. Thank you once again for the debate.
Thank you, Kak.
Thank you,
Recording
guys.
stopped.
Thank you, Kak.
Thank you, Kak. Thank you, guys. Good debate. Aku dari Depok, btw.
Oh no, why don't you go with us?
You guys, aku orang Depok. Haha, bye-bye.
Kita akan break announcement 10.15 dan langsung lanjut ke babak semifinal. Mohon untuk tetap standby. Terima kasih. Halo semua, kita mau roll call untuk semua peserta. Untuk breaking announcement-nya kita akan majukan ke 10:05 karena hasilnya sudah keluar semua. Jadi kita mau roll call dulu untuk satu-satu. Ada yang mau feedback, Oke. Hi everyone, we're going to do the breaking announcement right now. Roll call for all teams to ensure all teams are here. Kota Bandung,
Here and complete.
Kota Banjar,
We are here and complete.
Kota Bekasi,
Here and complete.
Kota Bogor, Kota Bogor,
Here and complete.
Kota Cimahi,
Here complete.
Kota Cirebon,
Here and complete.
Kota Depok,
And complete.
Kabupaten Bandung, Kabupaten Bandung,
Here and complete.
Kabupaten Bandung Barat,
Here but incomplete.
Kabupaten Bekasi,
Present, but I think there was a mistake in the scoring.
we will confirm it after this. Kabupaten Bogor, Kabupaten Bogor,
Here and complete.
Kabupaten Ciamis,
Here and complete.
Kabupaten Cianjur,
Here and complete.
Kabupaten Cirebon,
Here and complete.
Kabupaten Garut,
Here and complete.
Kabupaten Indramayu, Kabupaten Indramayu, Kabupaten Indramayu, Kabupaten Karawang,
Here and complete.
Kabupaten Kuningan,
Here and complete.
Kabupaten Majalengka, Kabupaten Majalengka,
Here and complete.
Kabupaten Pangandaran,
We're complete.
Kabupaten Purwakarta,
We're complete.
Kabupaten Subang,
Here and complete.
Kabupaten Sukabumi,
Here and complete.
Sumedang,
Here and complete.
Kabupaten Tasikmalaya,
We're here and complete.
Kota Sukabumi,
Here and complete.
Kota Tasikmalaya,
Present and complete.
we have one team that's not here yet. Kabupaten Indramayu, Kabupaten Indramayu,
Halo. Kabupaten Indramayu masih ada di belakang sebentar, Pak.
Oke.
Terima kasih.
Mungkin kita berikan waktu 2 menit ya, Bu.
Siap, Pak. Makasih.
Untuk Kabupaten Garut dan Kabupaten Bekasi, boleh kembali ke dalam breakout room. Terima kasih. Untuk Kabupaten Garut dan Kabupaten Bekasi, tolong kembali ke dalam breakout room. Ke dalam breakout room 2.
Indramayu. Complete.
Okay, since all teams are here, we're going to start the breaking announcement. To kickstart the breaking announcement, giving it to Stanley and Pak Dani for the remarks. Silakan.
All right, thank you, Kadafa. Before we move on to the breaking announcement, we would like to express our sincere appreciation and gratitude to all people who are involved in NSDC West Java 2025. Starting to organizing committee, IT teams, TAP teams, equity officers, judges, teachers, and especially to all the students who have been selected to represent their respective regencies and cities. Without all of the participation of all of you, the NSDC West Java selection will not have run smoothly. We truly hope that this selection process brings meaningful benefits to every participant. In this breaking announcement, there will be 4 teams advancing to the semi-final round. Remember, breaking or not, each of you has shown dedication and courage. Debate is not just about winning, but about growing, learning, and finding your voices. So the first team, with 5 VPs and also 249 speaks, we congratulate to Kota Bogor, Naura Ivanka Adrelia, Chelsea Aurelia Putri, Pachistra, and Kirana Tisananda. Congratulations. For the next team, breaking seconds for VPs with 247.4 speaks. Congratulations to Kota Depok, Azelia, Nisrina Zulfan Nur Ramadhani, and Ahmad Rizky Alkian. For the third team, who goes to grand semi-final, is Kota Bandung with 4 VPs and 246.10 speaks. Congratulations to Sarah Annie Willy, Miley, Valencia Elizabeth Wijono, and also Keanu Jauhari. The last team who proceed to the semi-final round is with 4 VPs and 244.7 speaks. Congratulations to Kabupaten Karawang, Jihan Charles Rashida, Indira Ariana Rinaldi, and Joanna Natasha Tampubolan. Congratulations. We congratulate to every teams who proceed to the semi-final round and commiserations for every team who are not passing to the breaking. So I give floor back to the captain.
Okay, thank you, Stanley. Congratulations to all teams proceeding to the semifinal round. Congratulations to those who did not. It's 10 past 16 right now. We're going to start the draw for semifinal round on 10 past 20. So please be on standby for all the semifinalists. For all teams that still wants to observe the debate, you are very much more than welcome to observe your debate. But please ensure to rename your name. Since you're no longer be competing in the round, please name your name as the observer if you want to observe the breakout room. Thank you.
Keluar aja dulu lah.
Oke, roll call untuk untuk Kota Bogor. Apakah Kota Bogor here? Kota Bogor,
Here.
Kota Depok, Kota Depok,
Here.
Kota Bandung,
Here and complete.
Kabupaten Karawang, Kabupaten Karawang,
We're here.
Okay. We're going to randomize the draw. Okay. So we're going to randomize the draw. Starting from in room 1, we have Kabupaten Karawang and Kota Bogor. So yeah, government is Kabupaten Karawang. Kota Bogor is opposition. So in this one, final room 1, we're going to have Kabupaten Karawang as the government or as the opposition, and Kota Bogor as the opposition. Please write down your role, your position. Okay. Moving to room 2, Kota Bandung and Kota Depok. Okay, starting now. Kota Bandung will be government, Kota Depok will be opposition. Again, in the semi-final room 2, we're going to have Kota Bandung as the government or the super opposition, and Kota Depok as the opposition. Clear with the position? We're going to release the draw right now. Okay, for semifinalists, please rename your Zoom name according to the format. So, for those of you who wants to observe, jadi untuk teman-teman peserta yang tidak akan bertanding babak semifinal, tapi masih mau stay di Zoom, silakan. Tapi tetap mengubah namanya dengan format observer kalau kalian mau nonton perdebatan di semifinal. Nah, kalau misalnya kalian mau live Zoom meeting juga nggak apa-apa, tapi kalau kalian mau nonton, kami sih encourage untuk kalian nonton sebagai klarifikasi debat. Tapi kalau misalnya kalian mau live Zoom meeting, silakan. Tapi jangan lupa untuk mengubah format nama Zoom-nya kalau kalian menonton perdebatannya. Oke. Okay, giving it to Stanley to announce the motion for the semifinal round.
All right, thank you. For semifinal round, the heading for this motion, for the motion is international relations. There will be a context for this motion. BRICS is a multinational organization of 11 major emerging countries: Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Iran, Egypt, Ethiopia, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and Indonesia. Western-led institutions generally refer to organizations such as the International Monetary Fund, or IMF, the World Bank, and the World Trade Organization, or WTO. The motion for this semifinal round is: this House supports the expansion of BRICS as an alternative to Western-led institutions. Cast building starts now. 30 minutes. The debate will start at 11:01. Good luck, everyone.
Okay, we'll share the motion in the WhatsApp group. Case building time starts now. The debate will start at 11:01. Opening the breakout room second now. Good luck, everyone.
Recording in progress.
Alright, hi everyone. Case building time has elapsed, so that means that we're gonna start the round soon. Wait. Okay, so yeah, welcome to the semifinal rounds of NSDC West Java Province selection. Congratulations for making it this far. In government team, we have Kabupaten Karawang 1, and in opposition, we have Bogor 1. I'm gonna be the chair for this room. I'm Deborah. With me paneling, there will be Akil and also Nachla. Akil, can you introduce yourself?
Hi everyone, my name is Akil. I'm going to panel along with Deborah and also Kak Angela. Yeah, without further ado, good luck everyone.
All right, thank you, Akil. And Nachla, you can also introduce yourself.
Hello everyone, my name is Najwa. I'm going to be panel for this round with Kak Deborah and Kak Akil, and good luck for your debate today.
All right, thank you, Nachla. And so yeah, just several housekeeping rules. First of all, speaking time is 8 minutes and 20 seconds. Second, for POI preferences, if you have any, please state them before your speech. If there is none stated, then it's automatically assumed as unmute. Also, POIs are only done between the first and 7 minute, no badgering. Second, I will have a timer on the Zoom screen, so you guys can see it on top of my camera, should be here. Yeah, but also set your own timers just in case that this timer error or something like that. All right. Without further ado, we're gonna start the debate. Prime Minister, here.
One of our team. Sorry, Kak. One of our teammates can't join.
Oh, is she here? Wait.
No, but she's like in the main room. I
can't go into the breakout room.
Yeah, she can't go to the breakout room. Is it possible to reallocate her?
Okay, I think she's here. It's all good then, assuming that. Right, Prime Minister, you can start your speech.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, loud and clear.
Okay. My name is Jihan. For POI preferences, please just unmute and just automatically say your POI. Okay. I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panels, please imagine the world on how the idea on how the whole world conditions, such as economically, for example, will be taken over by how the Western conditions is, and especially in the Western-led institutions. But first of all, I will give some clear setup so that we can have a clear debate right now. The first of all, on how we should support the expansion and how it will look like under our side of the house. First of all, we should support so that it can expand, to develop, to be well known, for example, so that they can kind of like have the ability to oppose like all kind of ideas that will harm them, and especially it can develop the sustainability of the second and the third world country under emerging country, and etc. But the second of all, how these Western-led institutions will look like. First of all, they're under Western countries, which is they're super powerful, they're super influential, right? They're taking over the whole economics. As we know, whole economics country is being based on how the dollar looks like under the world, and they will prioritize those kind of developed countries. Of course, they probably don't want the emerging country to like reach the same level as them economically or any other things. But the first of all, they can literally have the probability to be exploitative on the economical systems and something like that. But the next thing is how alternative will look like under our side. We can kind of say these BRICS can be like a safety net towards those emergent country, so that if anything happens, they can literally like opposing or anything that may that something might harm them economically or something like that. But the next thing is by these BRICS, those emerging countries can literally do a check and balances on how these Western-led institutions are leading the whole world and something like that. It can also by this expansion of BRICS, it can literally bring in Asians to more development of Asian itself. And of course, by these BRICS, they literally protect those kind of marginalized countries so that they will not be taken over by how the Western or like the dominant country works and etc. etc. But the next thing is how status quo looks like under both sides of the house. First of all, as we know, we've seen on so many news. For example, America has been like so many US has been so many problems on under their politics systems. For example, like they're leading the whole world's economic because they're like dominating, and then they're imposing tariff on China and etc. They literally feels like they're dominating. They can do everything under their side of the house. They literally doesn't have any check and balances whether is it like true to like dominate those kind of economics or no. But the next thing is they will probably do not care about the peace of the world. Because why? Because even if, let's take a look at example, even if for example, those marginalized country give like a loan or like a benefits for this kind of dominant country, they will think like, oh, this I will not help this country because it doesn't give any beneficial towards those kind of dominant country. But the next thing is I will bring some actors here. The first of all, the BRICS itself. They can be like they can give like an alternative currency to challenge rather than imagine the whole world depending on how the dollars looks like, and by systems on how US politics is being really messed up. I think it is not really right for us, especially for emerging countries, to depend on those kinds of dominant Western-led institutions. But the next thing is by BRICS, I think by supporting the expansions, when BRICS already like reach the level of, oh, they're really developing, I think emerging countries can have like the kind of ability to like oppose that the economical system that doesn't have to depend on those kinds of Western currency or Western dollar and etc. etc. But the next thing is how Western-led institutions look like. Okay, let's just say they're being controlled under US conditions. While we know by those kind of problems like Trump's and US politics being very unstable, I think there's a higher chance of volatility on the dollar itself, right? And it's really unsustainable for all the whole world. Imagine your like whole world economical systems will not be unsustainable because we don't have like the safety bricks of safety net of these bricks protecting those kind of marginalized country and other things. But the next thing is about the moving on to the third actors, which is marginalized country itself. Okay, let's just say countries such as Asian, they're literally vulnerable. If they depend on the Western, there's a chance of their economics being messed up on that country, and it can literally lead to like the whole world probably being collapsed or something like that because like the economics is being controlled. But the next thing is it will be the currency of the country will probably like drop so much to the point that, oh, this country probably like cannot work again or anything like the worst case and etc. But the next thing is under their side of the house, they probably will not care about marginalized country. They will literally let this kind of Western US country to like dominate the whole world, and then just let this Asian to like drone, and by just letting those kind of countries to dominate us as the Asian country. But the next thing is I think they should moving on to the arguments on how relying on one currency or like one Western currency is not good enough. It's not good idea. First of all, it can be manipulated because they literally are dominating, and I think when people like trust them so much to the point there's no opposing the idea of opposing, such as there's no BRICS or even the BRICS doesn't really developing that much. I think they can literally like manipulate the whole world. They can just tell China or like tell other countries to like, oh, you have to pay US or something like that because there's no one else to like, there's no one opposing the idea of this country manipulating this marginalized country. But the next thing is about the unstable dollar itself. I think by US having so many problems under their side, I think it will be like really unstable for us to depend on only one currency, right? By this BRICS existing and being supported to expand, I think we can kind of like have like a have like another currency to like see on, and I think volatility of dollar will exist under their side of the house. And what I've been saying again and again, it is really unstable for the smaller country for us. And I think by this relying on one currency, those kind of Western-led institutions will be so much powerful, and they need to like prove to us on how this country will not be powerful, and then using manipulating this kind of merging countries in the BRICS. And I think under our side, we literally will protect all those kind of marginalized country. We will make like a peaceful economic system under our side of the house. And which is why by all that reason, I'm so proud to propose. Thank you.
Right, thank you for that speech. Over here.
Audible and visible.
Yes, audible and visible.
Okay. Pronouns she, her. If you want to POI, just unmute. I won't be looking at the chat. By the way, everything I say in this debate is just for the sake of the debate. I don't really need to defend anyone. I'm gonna mention probably a few minority groups. Okay. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Proposition can't play in this utopic world where they assume the sudden power that BRICS have in the status quo. Don't proliferate the suffering of the underdeveloped. Don't shut the beacon of light for these actors in the status quo. If you want to vote for stability and equality, vote for opposition. Incredibly proud to stand on your side of opposition. The few framing that I believe needs to be crystallized in this debate. First, what does the alternative actually look like? It means that countries that can actually go to BRICS and when they are emerging economies. First, BRICS are also hostile. It means that they also want power in something in return. So something like about manipulation also happens on their side of the house. But I'm going to prove on why the benefits that we have outweigh the harm that we're able to, that these institutions are providing. But also, this House supports motion. We just have the burden to prove on how Western-led institutions, the benefits that they offer outweigh the harms that they also offer, right? But also, let's frame status quo right now. We have to acknowledge on how political tension is very tight according to like international methods, right? And also the economic downfall for like a lot of countries. It means that there are probably a lot of like retail drops, industry drops by the sake of like the economy right now is currently not doing in a stable condition, right? But also these Western institutions are probably not they're neoliberal, not liberal. Like IMF can provide sort of like funding for like much more bigger capital, right? But also they have the incentive to do so, which I'm gonna later explain. But this debate should also focus on the vulnerable actors that we're talking about here, about like those underdeveloped countries. But our mechanism here is that we're gonna have we are going to push for like not an expansion of these BRICS because we say that's not urgent. We're just here trying to prove on why these Western-led institution will give much more benefits to the status quo right now. But let's differentiate the actors here. First, about emerging economies. It means like probably like Indonesia. It means like there's a swift development in the economy of term. There's going to be very fast growth like in comparison of GDP. This is very much different from underdeveloped countries. So let's take an example of like maybe Sri Lanka and like Argentina. Their economy is at the downfall. It's inflation and recession is everywhere in those types of countries. It means they're the vulnerable actors that need more capital. They need a larger capital, but for it also a larger safety net. There's going to be more urgency for more growth. But also let's also about the society here. How people actually react towards this expansion is very much going to be problematic under side proposition. Before I move on to my arguments, let's take a few response here. First, they said on how in our side we have no security net because U.S. political pressure. Let's say how that's untrue because of course these Western institutions also provide you like these certain safety nets of, for example, like as simple as capital. If you're able to survive the economy like with giving these capitals, this is a very much fair safety net in our side also. But also they mentioned on how Asia's economy will crumble when we pander to the US or Western institution. No, unlikely. This is absolutely up to the imagination of the nation. It means that there are also policies that ensure that these Western institutions can utilize the money that they've given in like the most right or like efficient way. There are like reports, for example, on how they use these sort of monies. It's for most Asian countries are also able to stand firm on their ground. It means that they're rational enough to be able to use this capital well, right? But also to arguments in this speech. First, I'm going to talk about how this Western-led institution have larger demography of people that they can help. Second argument, I'm going to talk about why there is no certain urgency for expansion regarding the BRICS. First argument then, let's talk about how this Western-led institution have larger demography of people. The premise in this argument is that WTO, IMF, World Bank have larger bases of funding. They have been existing from literally the 1950s. There are decades of building up fundings, building up policies, and also member of states are much more likely to be able to have larger fundings towards these institutions, right? But also let's frame on capacity and incentive. First layer about the capacity. These institutions are funded by more countries. Do note that IMF is funded by all member of nations, but therefore there's far more bigger capital in our side. The second layer then on the incentive. The sole purpose of these Western institutions are to cater to the nations that are in need. They can ask for nations to open up their economy for free trade, but we say maybe that is not completely a bad thing. Why? Because this is inherently justified. Because in contrast to that, we get a larger portion of capital. It means the security net and the safety net that these actors are able to jump on is like something that's much more safer in our side. Also, don't say proposition can't come to this debate and say how these Western nations don't want to help at all or like they want to manipulate and exploit. No, they are put on a spotlight. They are held by more scrutiny by the people because these Western institutions, IMF, WTO, is much more popular. Therefore, there's much more scrutiny, there's much more publication regarding the actions that they've done to the public. They care about their perception because these also they rely on the fundings of a lot of nations. But also, let's engage to the actual context. It's much maybe we will have lesser protectionist policies, but I say that inherently okay because if your country is in the midst of recession, in the midst of inflammation, you need to open up your economy for able to develop in the first place. The impacts then become in our side, we have a diversity of options. These actors could actually have the diversity to be able to maybe opt into BRICS, but what supporting the certain expansion of it, right? So therefore, there's an initial choice for them to either maybe want to opt into BRICS or either opt into these Western institutions. But second of all, there's larger capital for us to utilize because of the actual incentive or the capacity for these actors. And also, it's much more bigger of a safety net on our side of the house because we're able to create this larger capital that would lead into these countries having at the very least be able to feed their people, be able to put certain policies that will be able to help the welfare of the well-being of their people in society right now, right? Second argument then, I'm going to talk about why is there no certain urgency for expansion. Let's characterize the process of expansion itself, right? It means that there are going to be probably more targeted countries that BRICS want to make them invite to their institution, right? It means there are probably going to be more economic trade policies like these. Going to be the propaganda that's going to be pushed in BRICS are probably going to be much more, right? But also on the accessibility of joining BRICS. BRICS' sole purpose is only to cater towards emerging economies because what do they want? They want trade and political power. And also, let's acknowledge on how emerging economies are probably economies that are self-sufficient, right? Therefore, they're able to stand on their own ground because they can actually help people. Most likely, there's some sort of stability within these emerging economies. Therefore, there's no urgency for us to be able to maybe cater towards them. If you want to talk about better economic trade, better export and import trades, that is still existing from our side because it's not that it doesn't mean that in our side BRICS will totally become non-existent. It means that in the status quo right now, we're not going to expand the existence of BRICS itself, right? But also, I've said in my setup how there's going to be political situations and how the political world is very much problematic right now, right? So therefore, the expansion of BRICS is going to be problematic, right? Especially, and let's talk about what then is the urgency in status quo right now. Since I've told you about economic is something that is very much in needed, and especially in these underdeveloped countries, there is a need of land for money, and the ones that actually have the capacity and incentive to do so is these Western institutions. Therefore, when we actually have these the harm of expansion in BRICS is that when you let these, it's probably going to be very, very much problematic because then it will widen maybe the political pressure within the status quo right now. That is very inherently something that's very much problematic, knowing the situation that we are in right now. We're in the midst of economic recession and also in the midst of war, for example. It is important for nations to have a diversity of access. This creates a bigger security in our side. In comparison, we are able to give diversity of options. Look, it's not about in our side BRICS will suddenly stop the function. It's still there. Nations understand it's going to become fluid. Therefore, and like the time efficiency of you actually expanding BRICS is gonna take like probably 10 to 5 years. But when we have like Western-led institution, it means that in status quo, we can cater to that certain urgency of gathering these impacts that we're able to actually have tangible impacts. Incredibly proud to also.
All right, thank you for that speech. DPM, here.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. Uh, Before I start my speech, I really just want to thank Kang Rama, Kang Arik, and all of the people that has been supporting us, friends, family, and teachers. It's been a very enjoyable ride. Okay, some disclaimers. Anything in this debate stays in this debate. For PIF preferences, please just ask directly and please do not spam. My pronouns are she, her. Do tell if I'm lagging / not or inaudible. I'm really sorry, but I do not consent to be recorded in like for private things. But like for live stream, I think it's okay. Okay. Timer, please. I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1, go. As another country screams for help, the other side of the house would probably think that, I'm going to think about like what another country has thought about. Oh, I'm going to think about if the funds would actually be sufficient enough, or if if the funds is actually going to be like important enough to be given to those kinds of like people. These are the things that you are going to support under their side of the house. You're not going to be able to the other side. You're not going to be able to freely think of like the stability of other countries, the like equality of every single country in this earth being way more equal, way more developing. I think that their side of the house has. I think that the other side of the house would never want, would only go towards one nation sovereignty or like the Western sovereignty. Couple of things that I'm going to prove in this debate. First, I'm going to prove how BRICS is stable enough, is urgent enough, and emerging enough to be able to be an alternative to Western-led institution. But then second of all, I'm going to prove why Western-led institution power is too big or too harmful to the point that they can literally make another country messed up, etc., etc. But before that, I'm going to give some rebuttals then. First, when they say that BRICS is hostile too, I think that to some extent we can agree that both sides of the house, whether it be Western-led institution or BRICS, is very much hostile. But the thing is, BRICS is not prone to turning down these kinds of like help from like other nations, because first they want to have a reputation so that they can actually grow more, so these emerging countries can grow more, and that is why they don't have like any incentive to like think about if another country is actually going to exploit me, etc., etc. The only thing the best way that BRICS could actually like kind of help these kinds of people is like when BRICS cater to like the empathy of like other nations for like helping other nations for example in wars, etc., etc. But then second of all, I think that BRICS also have a checks and balance. I think that BRICS also have a checks and I think BRICS could also be a checks and balance to Western led organization, so it's not going to be too powerful and thrive over like the sovereignty of all countries in achieving stable global stability under both sides of the house. I think that but then moving on, when they say that Western led countries can help more people, but
and they always and notice that they always talk about like bigger capital, etc., etc. But are they actually willing to kind of like cater to like these kinds of like people who actually needed the capitals or the funds to help those kinds of like people, those kinds of like struggling countries or nations? I think when they talk about BRICS doesn't Western-led organization doesn't have the incentive to like help those kinds of like people, because like there's going to be a lot of like scrutiny around them because they're helping like another nations when it's conflicted by when literally it's conflicting with another nation. I think that's what is not going to help these kinds of like emerging countries. It's going to take too long. Even if it's not going to take too long, probably they're not going to accept all of these kinds of like cry for help from these countries that are actually struggling. I think that that is why they never really cater to those kinds of countries. I think that when they say that BRICS has no urgency to be like an alternative, etc., etc., I think that and they say that there's like a bunch of global stability, etc., etc., on this world, and that is why emerging countries are going to be affected by these by these kind of like instability, etc. But do notice that the ones that are actually causing stability is those kinds of like Western-led dominant country. For example, America is literally imposing a tariff on China, an emerging country itself. And for example, like America is trying to, and America's leaders are trying to kind of like messed up the system by doing all of these kind of like rules and regulations that don't really fit the people, etc., etc. We argue that these kinds of that their side of the house is the one that is actually causing the problem that they think is that they impose on the panels. But then moving on to my arguments, two arguments then. First, why Western-led institutions need to have an alternative, but then second, on how BRICS can help to Western-led institutions. First then, why Western-led institution needs to have an alternative? I think the problem with Western-led institution is also a political stability. Like we've said before, they're literally the ones causing political stability. For example, like America with Trump's with tariffs, he has been very much famous for being a fascist and not being able to take account on what another world would actually want later. No, thank you. But then second of all, I think that the Western-led countries are actually have a mass unemployment and have no job markets available. But then second of all, I think the Western-led institution only has interests towards the majority of big country, and these leads them to them taking the most incentive to like gain those kinds of like power under these Western-led institutions. I think the importance here is that we need to saturate the emerging country to gain world equality. What does our side provide? I think that BRICS, or like the emerging country economy, is advancing, and while it is still in the condition of rapidly evolving, we can use that as a way of a stepping stone in order to achieve equality to all countries. That is to say that we can literally help these kind of like small countries, etc., etc. But then second of all, on how BRICS can help as an alternative to Western-led institution. I think the problem here is that Western universities is held by an already bigger country. That is to say that Western university will wait to be beneficial to big countries only, so that they don't get any kind of like harm, etc., etc. And then they will think that they will think in regards to their own stability, their own safety. I think that because they have the connection, so that they don't want to get themselves in like a safe space, in like a dangerous place and whatsoever. I think that they will probably take these as a way to postpone all of their help, like from like the needing countries, and we'll see each other as like an opportunity, not some form of like empathy to help other people. I think that what this does is that they won't approve those who are unstable. And even if it's actually true, there's not going to be much of a help from these kinds of people. Like the other side have said, they already have like incentive to actually prioritize other countries, or probably like bigger countries, as to not upset them, when in reality, we should have helped those countries that are in need. I think the importance of this is that because these development countries need urgent help and in the verge of collapse, when we come, we help countries to easily gain their help. Why is it actually easier under our side of the house? Because BRICS consist of emerging countries. I think there's three things to note here. First, they're not going to be needing
prerequisite. For example, they're not going to take account of like, if another country is going to, I don't know, to cut ties with them, etc., etc. Because they also have the empathy to kind of like empathize, or like they have the same incentive or for those kinds of like emerging or developing countries. But then second of all, I think that they're not prone to turning down because of the reputation of that BRICS would want to lead themselves to be a betterment organization. But then third of all, I think that under our side of the house, we give a check and balance so that Western countries will not be too powerful and triumphs over those kinds of like small countries, etc., etc. For all of that reason, we're very proud to propose.
Right, thank you for that speech. DLO, you're here.
Hi, am I audible? Sorry, am I audible? No?
Yes.
Okay. Before starting my speech, I would also state a few thank yous for my teammates and all the judges here that have been spent their time into like judging us. I know you guys are very tired as well. And we want to personally thank our coach Kafinai for helping us to get into this position. We would never be here without him. So even if he would never see this recording, but oh well. Everything that I say is for the sake of this debate. I don't mean to offend anyone. And yeah, probably only that. Starting my speech, pure preference for you to unmute yourself, by the way. I would not be looking at the chats. Starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. To have an alternative that was never easier to grasp as a monetary support from like all the means, that it means that it was never urgent to begin with, it was never needed, and that expansion would only lead to a more massive problem than what we have currently in the status quo. I think side of like proposition has been undermining the urgency that is actually existing in the status quo. We want something that is stable. We want something that has a capital that can actually provide help, provide monetary support to those who urgently need it, which are like literally the underdeveloped countries. I'm gonna explain this later in my clarifications. So what's the harms here that actually exist under our side of the house? Exploitation of power. This is something that they have been pointing out, right? We believe that the harm of exploitation would very much still exist under both sides of the house within BRICS and in and of itself. What's the example of here then? China, for example, have a track record of BRI that exploit countries with like debt traps. They kept exploiting these power that they have into actually not feeding into like the most underdeveloped countries and just putting more debts into within the country itself. This is proof that even within BRICS, there are exploitation to those who are very vulnerable actors in this debate, which are the underdeveloped countries. A proposition kind of entered this debate with saying that countries that have been failed, for example, by the IMF or like the World Trade Organizations, or basically by the Western-led institutions, would be helped by the existence of BRICS as an alternative. But BRICS had never had the incentive to actually help the most vulnerable actors. They only had the incentive to help within the emerging economic countries, right? They were never inclusive. They would not want to meddle with countries that had already received help from the Western-led institutions. Few points of rebuttals then here become, they question the incentive within IMF of helping the most vulnerable actors, right? IMF exists solely for the sake of giving monetary funding and support, as to compare this give monetary support, right? As to compare this with BRICS, then they want political capital, they want like trade policies, they want like economic growth that is very much not stagnant. And who do they cater to then? They cater to emerging economic countries that already have a standing ground in economic itself. These are the thing that differentiate between emerging countries and underdeveloped countries, right? Underdeveloped countries are the ones that have literally no standing ground on their economic growth. These are the countries that IMF could actually cater to, first of all, because they have more capital, and secondly, they are more inclusive as compared to BRICS, right? Hence, they need to prove like the likelihood BRICS leading into like equality. We never heard a likelihood. All we heard was jargonistic claims. Clarification here then, we have told you how BRICS have the incentive to only focus on like trade policy, not funding. And even if they have like funding, it's probably complementary and just like a little portion of money. This is something that is not comparable with the capital that the IMF and like Western-led institutions can actually give you, right? This is the difference between like how our side are actually going to be able to cater to a larger demographic of countries. We cater to like those who are literally in need of the help. We cater more into the urgency of what is happening in the current status quo. Moving on to extension here, then how does like the Exploration of BRICS will actually lead to more polarization, and the check and balance is inherently enough in the current status quo. So what is actually existing in the current status quo, right? Trade wars, radical Western views, bombing, military clashes between Western and non-Western countries. Both are very much clashing with each other, right? And conflicting with one another. Here's the characterization for Western countries that hasn't been done by like the side of proposition. Countries like US, Germany, or very much Canada are inherently very extremist and very radical. They have a very high ego within like their leaders, like US under Trump, for example, where they're constantly inflicting wars economically and military, not only to other countries that can actually fight against them, but to those who are actually very underdeveloped. And Germany that has like experienced a rise in right-wing politics. These are the countries that like BRICS are going against in terms of like check and balancing. These are very radical countries, very strong ego leaders that is not scared to launch like a huge amount of missiles, right? If the expansion is happening, especially with the purpose to replace IMF, World Bank, and WTO in terms of being an alternative, the Western countries would not only feel like they have a check and balance, they will instead feel like they will threaten, they will feel provoked to the extent of the Western countries to actually feel challenged and would lead to more political tension. That is something that we don't need in the current status quo, where political tension has already existed merely everywhere, right? We don't want any more political tension. If we can actually prevent it, then why not? Why inflict any more problems if we can actually prevent it with not having this expansion of BRICS at the very first start? They mentioned that IMF does not care about world peace, right? This is exactly what we mean by protecting the emerging countries at the end of the day. We want BRICS to actually be aware of their own enemies, be aware of like who they're going against, right? What's the likelihood then? When we have IMF dominating without any externalities affecting their state, they can cater to a larger demography without actually being affected by any getting provocated, for example, and the countries within EMF would not be provoked into conflict, right? The benefit of peaceful economic system that they very much champion on, we then question the likelihood of peace when the expansion would actually provoke political tension and would lead to riots, and it's not going to be check and balance anymore. It would be just a cycle of like which can actually dominate which. It's not going to be a healthy economic system. We question the likelihood of this then. What will actually happen under their side of the house, right? It will put the emerging countries, even within BRICS itself, within a very fragile position. What is the analysis here then? Countries like Indonesia and India, for example, are still climbing up a wall of like economic growth, right? These are the countries that are still very much in need of an economic growth without having to deal with like political tensions, without having to deal with trade wars with the Western countries, right? To have them positioned into like targeted by Western countries is not strategic. What's the likelihood of them actually being targeted into with Western countries, right? Even with like only simple act of Indonesia having QRIS, for example, USA was so against of that to the fact that they hate Indonesia so much that they can finally trade without using like dollar, for example, so they don't get any contributions and actually get it for Indonesia's trade and on itself, right? USA was so against the fact that Indonesia can stand all by itself. What if the moment that the Western countries are actually aware that there's a whole community, a whole institution that is against the fact that Western countries are dominating? Of course, they're gonna get provoked. Of course, they're actually gonna force to retaliate. They're gonna feel challenged in terms of like, oh, there's a whole community that is so against of me dominating. These are radical political countries that would not be scared to start any kinds of wars. This is something that we want to prevent under opposition. So what's the comparative here then? We also want to question about the time effectivity in terms of feeding into the urgency, right? To expand BRICS, it will take more longer in contrast to our world where we actually focus on like expanding the policy of like Western institution, right? Expansion of BRICS will take longer compared to like expanding policy. We're able to actually cater to like fulfill the urgency of what is happening in the status quo itself, which is fulfilling to those countries which actually needs the monetary support to start with. BRICS will not have the incentive to help them because they only want to grasp the countries that already have like emerging economy, which already have a strong fundamental stand on their own economy. These are the vulnerable countries that are the vulnerable actors of this debate will not going to be catered under their side of the house. Meanwhile, under our side of the house, we actually focus more on them morally, even if IMF would lead into like more, since like manipulation is exists under both sides of the house. We believe that IMF, at the very least, we cater to the most vulnerable actors and a larger demographic at the end of the day, which is why we're proud to oppose.
Right, thank you for that speech, Government Whip. You're here.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're loud and clear.
Okay. Okay. Oh no. Where do I put this? Yaudah, nggak apa-apa, pegang aja. Okay. First of all, if for POI preferences, you can just verbally say POI. I will not be checking the chats, and also there might be some explicit words or something. Maybe, but that's why I'm giving disclaimers for now. And also, my pronouns are she, her, just in case. And okay. Oh, timer.
Oh.
Thank you. I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Okay, panels. Who actually caused these inflations and instability? Western countries do. So do not buy opposition's framing, because a single hegemonical dollar system is a very contingent for a stable Western economy. Because for right now, status quo shows otherwise. Because that is why we needed to make an addition or challenge the dollar and the Western institutions to make a fair check and balance to ensure stability and to put forward the development that's fair and familiar, at least familiar, styled and system to the second or third world countries. And also, the capital wins on our side. Why? Because first, aside from the fact that there's just a lot of there's just a lot of capital, and these are just more sustainable and fair to the second and world countries. In their side, countless studies shows that there are so many predatory loans issues that like failures of to solve crisis cases and stuff like that. Because let's give an example, let's say in Greece, where the growth of the loans that they're killing the country's capacity for growth and defaulting it into austerity and suffering for its people. This is not how WTO and IMF works also. And that is why in our case, well, when they say that BRICS don't have the incentives to help other countries, that is why in our case we're supporting the alternative, and that is even if they don't, even if they have the many considerations towards it, these people are still gonna help other countries, because again, stability exists on our side more, and they cater more on our side of the house. Why? Because first of all, like I've already explained, on our side, and their side, Western countries don't have a stable economic situation right now, in a way, because okay, and also that is their burden that they need to prove today, because at the end of the day, how they're not supporting the expansion of BRICS as an alternative to Western-led institution, with especially with the politics being very unstable these days, especially in the US, how this will not create a high chance of volatility of dollars, creating unstable economic and unsustainable economic for countries like our countries, for example. And on because please do notice again and again, a single hegemonical dollar in a system is very contingent on a stable Western economy. And yeah, that is why we're trying to champ more on the expansion of the safety net of the alternative and stuff like that. And also, if they're trying to say that, they have a bigger safety net from these Western-led institutions. These Western-led institutions. But please do notice that they don't have, in a way of actually guaranteeing that these people would actually help them. Because again, at first, if they're gonna say that there's if they're gonna go ahead and say that, we have the guarantee of these Western-led institution gonna help and stuff like that, because they have decades of buildings and fundings of Western-led institution and stuff like that. But please do notice that these decades of buildings and building and fundings also come from the fundings that came from these in a way vulnerable countries, and that is why. And also, like they said that they rely a lot of on emerging countries, but that is why. And also, like, but they've never really helped these countries to actually, if they're in a vulnerable situation, they've never helped them and stuff like that. Because again, if they're gonna say that the expansion of BRICS is gonna be problematic and stuff, then they're just being scared that these BRICS are gonna be like, I guess in a way going side by side by them or even higher than them. Because again, what they actually want here is to have because what BRICS actually want here is to have a good reputation. And that is about the whether or not the BRICS will help and our stuff and our side. It is more guaranteed. Why? Because BRICS would want to have a good reputation, and on our side, BRICS don't have that many prerequisites, and even if they do, there will like my second and first already said, these the BRICS will all will help these countries and stuff like that. So BRICS can easily help them and stuff, and the BRICS aren't really scared of these countries being, I guess, in a way better than them, because they're in one, I guess, standard. And in a way, these if they're saying that, oh, BRICS is just gonna be problematic at the end of the day, then they're just being scared that BRICS is gonna be, I guess, in a way, to be an alternative of their Western-led institutions and stuff like that. But then again, if they're gonna say that, oh, they're on their side, it's much more stable because these Western-led institution gives them like a bigger safety net from Western-led institution, then like my second speaker has already said, it's not that doesn't have in a way like an actual guaranteed on that that is gonna happen and stuff like that. Because again, we know that those in a way bad economical rotation coming from the Western countries, especially like America and stuff like that. And again, then that means that in a way uh in a way these Western-led institution has been too powerful and influential, so then yet, well, as you see now, has been very unstable. And let's give an example, like Trump giving tariffs out to let's give an example of Europe not able to like move from like the Ukrainian wars and stuff like that. We have the capacity for these Western countries to start creating create like an exploitative predatory lending system on causing the immense harm for the smaller most vulnerable countries and stuff like that. So that is why for all of those reasons, we are very proud to propose. Propose.
Hi, thank you for that speech, Opposition Whip. You're here.
Hi, am I audible and visible?
Yes, audible and visible.
Okay, give me like okay. Okay, so before anything, I just wanna like a few shout outs, I guess. I'm just so thankful to be in the semifinals of NSDC Jawa Barat. Like I couldn't have done this without my teammates. I couldn't have done this without my parents, without the support from my friends too, and also without God. Like that's like the most important thing. And also without Kafina. I know he wouldn't watch this, but yeah. Okay. Starting in 3, 2, and 1. Team Proposition's biggest and most urgent burden is to prove why the expansion of BRICS serves as an alternative that is enough to cater to for all of the countries in this world, right? Not only the emerging countries, not only the first world countries, but also the underdeveloped countries that we have been talking about since our first speaker here. Because of course, the motion itself states that they must support the expansion of BRICS as the alternative of the Western-led institutions. Therefore, they must be able to prove why the functions of the IMF, the WTO, and the World Bank are fulfilled. And we already told you on how the incentives of these Western-led institutions from the first place is to like cater to these underdeveloped countries or like to everyone, right? To help trade all over the world. So like one more thing here, both teams want the underdeveloped countries to be helped to actually catch up. We will prove to you why it's much better for the underdeveloped countries and our side here. But then I want to reaffirm that the underdeveloped countries are way different from emerging countries. Like emerging countries are like Indonesia and China. The underdeveloped countries, they barely have any capital, they barely have any investment, they barely have any development, like Ethiopia, Nigeria, El Salvador here. And then moving on to my two clashes here. Two things I want to talk about regarding, first is about the economics, and then second one, I will talk about the political ones. So in my first clash, I will talk about on how our side actually caters to more countries and how we actually cater to the most vulnerable too. So what did they tell you first then? They told you that Western-led institutions wouldn't want to give loans and trade and to underdeveloped countries because there's no benefit for them, right? Three responses. First, my first and second speaker have already told you on how they will still want to give them, and also like we already told you on how they want to, they will have more scrutiny and they will have more they want to appear as like a good institution, right? But then second response, trade and development for the underdeveloped countries will actually be halted in their side of the house. Why is that so? Because we already told you on how Western-led institutions uphold trade for everyone, right? That is the purpose of the World Trade Organization. Like every country is included in the IMF, for example. But here's what's important. When BRICS expands, it further exacerbates the distance between emerging economies and underdeveloped countries. It creates a segregation of countries. First are the developed countries, second are the emerging countries, and thirdly are the underdeveloped countries then. So previously, China would want to trade with African countries before, but then because BRICS encourages trade within them, like China just wants to trade within BRICS itself, like Brazil or Russia, for example. And this works with the same way with investments, right? And we think that this is likely because emerging countries want to catch up with the first world countries like USA, Canada, and etc. That is the whole purpose of BRICS, which is to catch up with the first world countries, right? So and then meanwhile they need to trade with like underdeveloped countries. They need to trade with emerging countries too. This leads to underdeveloped countries being left on their own, right? They need investments from China and Russia too. They need it more than the second-class BRICS members that we have told you from my second speaker too. So basically, the implication of this rebuttal is that there will be less trade and less investments for these underdeveloped countries because the emerging countries, they will only invest and trade within themselves because the incentive is that they want to catch up with the first world countries, right? Then third response, we think that they will have a harder time adapting with the new world order because BRICS will trade more using currencies other than the dollars, right? This engages directly with their claim that the dollar is weakening here. But we think that the dollar is weakening itself because of the existence of BRICS, because less countries are using the dollars, right? And this is why it's important and why it's very dangerous for the underdeveloped countries. Why is it important for the dollars to be stable and to be the main currency of trade? Because underdeveloped countries usually only have dollars as their currency reserve, right? They barely have any Chinese yuan or Russian currency or Indian rupees because they are barely keeping their country alive. So the only realistic currency, reserve currency, or foreign currency that they have is the US dollar here then. Two implications then. First, dollars get more unstable because less countries are using it. So they have little to no stable foreign currency. Like the foreign currency that they have, they're getting even less stable then. Then secondly, it further exacerbates the harms for them trading. So it means that they have less options to trade because the BRICS countries, they only want to use like Chinese yuan or like Indian rupee, for example. But then what is the impact of all of the responses that I gave you? This means that underdeveloped countries or like third world countries, they will be left behind even more. They're the most vulnerable actors here, right? There will be less infrastructure development, there will be less investments, lesser trade, lesser food because they can't really trade or grains with other countries, for example. So meanwhile, the compare the in our side is when BRICS doesn't expand, it halts all of the harms from happening, the harms of the dollar weakening, the harms of like the BRICS only trading with each other. So at least in our side, the underdeveloped countries are halted from the most dangerous harms, right? So we think that in terms of the economic clash, we already win. But then secondly, in terms of political clash, to win this clash, we will prove two things. The first one is that we have less polarization, and then secondly, we have more protection for the underdeveloped countries. I told you in my second speaker that the BRICS entire purpose is as like an organization for emerging countries to catch up with the first world countries, right? I think like my previous speakers have already told you on how there will be less polarization here. But why is it that important for there to be less polarization here? We think that it's important for two reasons. First, it's bad for when there's polarization because it makes the political landscape more hostile. Wars are more likely to happen. But then secondly, when countries like USA are provoked because the BRICS are like likely to do like trade wars, or and like also USA too, this is bad, especially for the vulnerable countries. Why? Because trade wars halt the global economy here. Because like when tariffs are done by these countries, they make the products even more expensive, right? But then secondly, USA gives tariffs to literally everyone, like the vulnerable actors, like the vulnerable countries. They need to be able to trade. They need to have cheaper products because that's what keeps their economy alive here. Then, so the implication here is that we're okay even if the world is more leaning towards the Western countries. We're okay with that because that means the world is less hostile. There's less likely to be conflict, less likely to be wars. But then secondly, there are more trade opportunities overall because there are less trade wars happening, right? And we already proven the likelihood from my first and second speaker on how because the Western countries wouldn't feel like they are being targeted or yes. And then moving on. Then, why is our worst case still good, right? We acknowledge that the world back then used to be riddled by Western colonization, but look at these institutions such as the WTO, World Bank, they were made with the incentive to try to fix that, right? So they had the good incentive. The incentive of the BRICS is to go against the Western institution itself. So the Western-led institutions, they want global trade. They will give bailouts to whoever it is, regardless of political ideology. Meanwhile, BRICS will act more hostile because they want to defeat the first world countries, right? But then let's bite the bullet here. Yes, these institutions, even if these institutions on our side are exploitative, why is it still okay? Because even if they want the developing countries to submit to them and change their policy, at the end of the day, they still receive money, which is billions of dollars in bailouts, which could help in two ways. First, they could help their banks to survive because during an economic recession, banks are the most vulnerable here, right? And if we can help their banks, we can help these countries to survive. But then secondly, we help the country to keep their welfare alive. So then Argentina and Greece, they have to do austerity measures, which is to cut free healthcare, free education, and subsidies. So if we give them bailouts, then we are able to keep the citizens of the country more prosper, right? Meanwhile, it doesn't exist on their side because BRICS are very unlikely to give bailouts because they will only want to do trade and investments within themselves, right? So we keep their banks alive and also keep the people within those vulnerable countries still prosperous, right? So the tipping point in which you should weigh this debate is in terms of prerequisite, right? All of the harms that they told you, like the dollar's weakening, like trade wars, they are directly caused by the expansion of the BRICS itself. So if we want to prevent those harms from happening, we don't need BRICS to expand from the first place, right? So for all of those reasons, I'm very proud to oppose.
Right, thank you for that speech. Opposition reply here.
Hi, sorry, now I'm audible and visible.
Yes, you're audible and visible.
Starting my reply in 3, 2, 1. If the dependency of our world is based on the mere surgeon of trade and exchanging resources, then countries that are underdeveloped would probably go to wars, prone to economic instability. This debate is about whether or not the expansion of BRIC is good or not. We were able to prove on why the expansion itself is not urgent and will create political coercion at the end of the day. Panels, are you willing to let proposition neglect the needs of the people just for the sake of expanding the
the unnecessary. We've proven to you from the very start of this debate on how status quo analysis should be taken account for, since we've also proven to you on how there's like a lot of political tension, there's a lot of economic downfalls, few strategic flaws here. They never really prove on the likelihood on how in their side BRICS are able to cater to third world countries as mentioned about in their DPM and government web. They've never proved the likelihood analysis on why BRICS would actually help these third world countries when they know that these countries have nothing to offer to them. But also, they neglect the framing on how in our side there are coexisting check and balances like flexibility. Meanwhile, in their side, there's no diversity of options, mean that probably the expansion of BRICS is gonna proliferate regarding like certain policies and the like status quo. But also, I believe in this debate, there's two clashes. First, let's talk about the economic benefit. What proposition brings to you is the debate that BRICS give these certain impacts that are more certain, more secure because they're not hostile, etc. Right? But opposition tells you that the magnitude of benefit is much more higher in our side. Why we win this clash exactly? We're able to prove on why certain liberal economy doctrines are needed because it's it's the prerequisite for certain stability in these third world countries, right? But also, let's talk about in our second clash is about political. We've told you on how the expansion of BRICS would provoke the political tension that is existing in the current status quo. It will provoke the Western, it will worsen the status quo, it will create polarization of like politics, right? Therefore, what they actually told you, they never really engaged to disregarding these political harms that would be tangible under their side of the house much more. They've never proven on why this political coercion is still fine in exchange for the expansion of BRICS itself. We win this clash due to the fact that we are not the coexisting political tension that is very much sensitive right now regarding the status quo, especially in talking about international conditions right now. Our path to victory from the very start of the debate is very clear on three metrics panels. First, let's talk about the importance. Let's weigh on how importance and vulnerability in this debate. What our side brought to you from the very start, knowing the world's condition is hanging by a thread, then it's far more important for us to be able to develop like policies within these Western-led institutions. They've never told you, and they're never really engaged regarding the status quo mechanism about like certain economic downfalls, right? We've posit to you on how it's important for us to let these underdeveloped countries to at the very least have a certain amount of capital for them to be able to survive. And like if you don't give these sort of fundings to these underdeveloped countries, then might as well like let them go non-existent at the very first place, right? But second of all, on scale of impacts, right? We cater towards more people because we give fluidity to these nations. We give a much more sense of like, okay, maybe we're gonna expand these certain like policies that are Western led, but also it doesn't mean that in our side BRICS will suddenly go on non-existent. It means that there are much more diversity of options regarding what situation your nation is in right now. But what we want to note also in the vulnerability at the very first start, we're able to at the very least give this sort of security for these underdeveloped countries. We've told you on how coexisting mechanisms also exist. The framing about on how these IMF, WTO, and World Bank are held by public perception. Like they're holding much more scrutiny because there's much more publications regarding that. But also, lastly, on time efficiency. In contrast to expanding the BRICS, which will take much more like time in actually developing those certain policies, because we know that BRICS is something that is relatively new to the status quo right now. It's not compared to like Bretton Woods institutions that have been existing since the 1950s, that have been existing for years and decades, and have catered. There are real life examples on how they have mechanizations to utilize like the funding that they give to other nations. They have these sort of like check and balances that also exist within our world. Therefore, the benefits that we bring outweigh the harm that they impose to us. Incredibly proud to oppose.
Right, thank you for that speech. Government reply here.
I forgot to mention I'm thankful for Kak Tizi. Thank you so much, Kak. Okay. I'll be starting my reply in 3, 2, 1. From the very first get-go, I think the other side of house has been killing their own argument by literally never engaging on why they're the cause of all of the instability. My third speaker, all of us have actually been saying that Western-led institutions that are held by Western-led countries are actually the ones causing all of these like global instability and so forth and so on and so forth. For example, like the dollar weakening, or for example, like these kinds of like trades not really happening. that fairly, etc., etc. They're literally causing the problem that they want to solve by themselves in order to make their side of the house look like they're the hero, like they're the champion, and so forth and so forth. I think that their definition of peaceful is that they're just going to let go of the country that is literally struggling, that is literally in need of help, that is literally on the verge of collapse. And their response to saying this is just like, oh, let's just let go all of the country. Let's just let go all of the country and let them collapse. Let them collapse. Let them handle their own problems. Because probably I have like these kinds of like I have these kinds of like I have this I have these image that I don't want to ruin myself because I'm a Western-led organization, that I'm so big, and I literally have I'm literally, and so on and so forth. And moving on, I think that when they say that the BRICS have no urgency or whatsoever to be an alternative, I think that by those kinds of like by those that I have stated before, literally because the Western politics are not in like a very good condition right now. That is why we need to shift our visions into like some these kinds of like emerging countries and like these BRICS. And I think that I think that even if it's actually true, I think that they never actually prove how power imbalance isn't going to be happening under their side of the house, and they never prove that how these kind of like checks and balance actually exist, when in reality these kinds of like people who are literally dominating, who are literally like so big to the point that no other country can literally be brave enough to kind of like turn this and shift this over and over again, because like they have all of the powers in the world. And that is why I think that an alternative is literally what we need. And even if when they say something along the lines of like, oh, we don't have funds, etc., etc., even if that's true, I think that our side has been saying over and over again, that is why we need an expansion. That is to say, so that BRICS on the other day, on like a more on like the future, can actually help these kinds of like country that is actually in need, so that all of the politics, all of the kind of like world situation isn't going to be in a power imbalance under their side of the house. I think that we also give a second altar. I think that we're not I think that the other side of the house has been framing us as like turning BRICS into some form of like the thing that is literally going to change the world by changing the Western international organization. But in reality, I think that we just give a second alternative for those countries who literally need it, who are literally in need of help. I think that the other side of the house has very much been tone deaf for these kinds of like marginalized people, marginalized country involved. I think one question I would like to ask to the other side of the house, I think, is that why are they being so dismissive and unwanting for the country that needs a safety net? Moreover, so that is not moreover so on why they're being so dismissive and unwanting to those countries that need a safety net that is not that is more towards equal and not bigger. Why are they champing on the bigger side when they actually cannot provide those because of like probably the image that the Western organization handle, etc., etc., and not really caring for these kinds of like marginalized country. And that is why we're so proud to propose to this motion.
All right. Thank you for that speech that ends the debate. Just making sure for a few clarifications. For government, the speaking order is Jihan, Indira, Joanna, and the reply speech is from Indira. Is it true? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
All right. And also making sure in opposition, it's Naura, Chelsea, Kirana, and the reply is Naura. Is that true? Opposition?
Yeah, it's true.
All right, great. Thank you. So yeah, thank you everyone. Since this is eliminations, you will receive the announcements in the main room. Should take about another 10 to 20 minutes. Good luck.
Thank you, Ka. Thank you all for the debate.
Thank you so much, guys. You guys are so cool.
Good luck, everyone.
GG.
Good luck, yeah.
Recording stopped.
Hi everyone. We're going to do the announcement for the semifinal round. Before that, quick roll call. Kota Bogor, are you here?
Here.
Yeah, Kota Bogor is here. Kota Bandung, are you here?
Yes.
Yeah. Kota Depok, are you here?
Yes.
Lastly, Kabupaten Karawang. Lastly, Kabupaten Karawang, are you here? Okay. One last call, Tim Kabupaten Karawang. Tim Kabupaten Karawang. Hi, for Kabupaten Karawang, are you here? Kabupaten Karawang.
Yes, we're here.
Okay, all teams are here. We're going to do the semifinal round result. Calling the chair from room 1. From room 1, Deborah, to announce the result.
Hi everyone, I'm Deborah and I was the cap in the first semifinal group. In the government team, there was Kabupaten Karawang 1, and in opposition team, there was Bogor 1. Judging with me was Akil and also Nachla. We eventually came to a consensus decision. The first team that will be joining the NSDC West Java Grand Finals is the opposition team, Bogor 1. Congratulations and also commiserations for proposition B.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Deborah. Congratulations to Team Kota Bogor and congratulations to Kabupaten Karawang. In the second room, Bandung versus Depok, calling Hansen to announce the result.
Hello everyone. This is Hansen as the chair from room 2 of semifinals NSDC West Java 2025. Joining with me there are another great panelists, which are Kak Aulia Safa from Unpad and also Kak Listia from Lomba. After we are doing a very fun deliberation and try to value every single argumentations from both teams, we finally come to the result as follows. With the result of unanimous vote, I would like to congratulate for proposition teams Bandung to proceed into the grand final rounds and commiserations for opposition teams. Once more again, congratulations for Bandung to proceed to the grand final round and commiserations for opposition team Debat. That's all for the results announcement. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anson, for the announcement. Congratulations to Tim Kota Bandung. Commiserations to Tim Kota Depok. So that means the grand finalists for NSDC West Java 2025 would be Kota Bandung and Kota Bogor. Congratulations for both teams for making it this far. Right now, we're going to do the matchup for the grand final round. So please be on standby. Going to share my screen right now. Making sure to Kota Bandung and to Kota Bogor. Is my screen visible on your end? Is the screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Yes. Yep. So we're going to generate the position for the grand final round. Okay. So in government, we're going to have Team Kota Bogor. In opposition, we're going to have Kota Bandung. So I repeat again, government Kota Bogor, opposition Kota Bandung. We're going to release the motion in a few minutes. So please be on standby. Thank you.
Right. Am I audible? Okay. Am I audible? Okay. Right, guys. So are you ready for the grand final motion? So welcome to the grand final motion. And the motion goes. This house opposes the expectation that a person must grow up. Example, stigmatization of childishness, outgrowing childhood, friendships and relationships, moving from childhood interest. So again, guys, this motion is philosophical, okay? This house opposes the expectation that a person must grow up. Example, stigmatization of childness, outgrowing childhood, friendships and relationships, moving on from childhood interests. Okay, so if there is no problem, everything is clear, the case building starts from now.
Okay, thank you, Pak Dani. Time is 1 past 8 WIB. Case building time, debate will start at 13 past 38. There will be no breakout rooms time. So for all teams, please case building accordingly with the regulations and rules provided by the organized committee. Please make sure that all team members will turn on their camera. And yep, good luck everyone.
Hi guys, 5 minutes before the debate start. For the government team, please send your speaking order through chat box. Yeah, thank you. Hi guys, I think the case building time is up. First of all, I would like to congratulate every single one of you that make it to the grand final of National School Debating Championship Jawa Barat 2025. Yay! Regardless about the result, you've done a really good job. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Kadera Kagunawan from Unpad as your chair today in this round. And together with my beloved panel, please introduce yourself. Start from Kak Akil, Kak Debbie, Sani, and Listia.
Okay. Hi everyone. I'm introducing myself. My name is Aklin Indrat. I'm from Pajajaran University. Good luck for everyone this final. You guys are really, really cool. Good luck.
Kak Debbie?
Okay, all right. We will move to me first. Hello, everyone. I'm Sunny from President University. Will be the panelist. Best of luck for everyone.
Echo.
Okay,
Is it
Kak Debbie,
okay?
ready?
Oh, maybe so.
Hi everyone, I'm Debbie and I will be the judge or panelist for this round. Good luck.
Hello everyone, I'm Listia. I'm
Alright.
from Politeknik Negeri Bandung. Good luck for your final round.
Thank you so much for all of my panel. Okay, secondly, general housekeeping rules. Firstly, please time yourself up and be considered offer POI and accept more POI because it's already like grand final. And I believe this round will be seen by a lot of people. Please be wise from choosing like word in your speech and also state your POI preference. Without any further ado, let's start from the first speaker from the government team here.
Hi, am I audible and visible?
Yes.
Okay, before I start my speech, I would also state my sense of gratitude for making this part to finals. I would like to thank everyone from ARCOM, from the CA, and also my lovely teammates. Thank you. This has been an enjoyable ride. Very grateful. Okay, before I start, POI, just unmute for now, her. Everything I say is just for the sake of the debate. I really hope I don't offend anyone. Okay, starting in 3, 2, 1. As a high school student living in this insanely capitalistic world and where society pushes an unfair burden to always let go of certain interests and friendships that I've been longing through for like a very long time, that is something that gives me a sense of form of happiness and joy. Are you willing to let that infiltrate? Are you willing to let that diminish the joy and happiness that people get from these certain childhood euphoric experiences, right? Incredibly proud to stand under side proposition. A few framing to crystallize this debate. First of all, let's talk about what does the expectation actually look like. It means that we're enforcing these harmful narratives towards maybe society. It means there's going to be an immense burden that is going to be pushed in opposition's world. But also, society probably are going to internalize this very differently. It means that the expectations are going to be very looking very differently for a various different of people regarding maybe their backgrounds or how people internalize this narrative. But also, what does the manifestation actually look in opposition? People are probably going to be pushed to grow up regardless of their background, family, and ethnicity. This narrative will probably look like maybe when you're a teen, you're pushed for you to grow up and maybe think much more rationally regarding of how you should lose maybe those silly interests that you have once you were a kid. But what does exactly proposition, the portrayal of propositions world, right? It means when we regret this certain narrative of an expectation, it means there's much more fluidity, there's much more diversity in our side of the house for people to opt into these certain mechanisms, right? But also, this isn't this house opposes motion. We only have the burden to prove on why this narrative is solely very much harmful to the vast majority of people, especially the vulnerable actors in this debate that we're talking about, which are probably teens and young adults that this narrative has put immense burden to, right? And also, let's talk about the actor analysis here. We have to acknowledge on how in status quo, there's probably underprivileged people and privileged people. These underprivileged people are the ones most affected by this narrative. They're the vulnerable actor that we should be able to cater to towards this in this debate. But also, let's talk about people with different ethnicities, people who come from like minorities, not the majority here. But also, point of preemption before I move on to my arguments, I'm going to talk about if opposition wants to come to this debate and bring how they would push more motivation in their side, 2 responses to this. First, it becomes very much untrue because people react on the idea that there needs to be a sense of hope for them. Because I've told you from the very start on how status quo is very much capitalistic. It's dreadful to live in the world that we are right now. Second of all, if they want to bring motivation, I'm going to flip this by saying that it already exists in order outside because there's a sense of hope. And I'm going to later on explain of why hopes is giving a sense of utility, much more utility for people to push themselves to be like better, right? Two arguments in this speech. I'm going to talk about how this coerces society in the long term. But second of all, I'm going to talk about why our side brings more utility for people in the vast majority, right? First argument then, let's talk about how this coerces society in the long term. What this enforces is that limits people agency and people bashing the idea that you want to grow up. It means that you're going to push this maybe an immense burden for like certain expectations. I've told you on how growing up narratives is very much different from a lot of people, but most likely these expectations coerce people to have like maybe losing like certain like interests of like that they have since a kid. This is very much harmful. Let's frame the world that we are living in right now. Wars are everywhere. There's peer pressure, certain burden pushed onto you just because of this certain expectation of you growing up. It means that you lose every sort of like maybe like copying mechanisms that you have when you were a kid. I'm gonna posit to you on there's an overwhelming inherent trait from humans to be pessimistic. If you tell someone who is in high school to grow up in order, like maybe there's in some senses, it's also pushing an immense burden for people to grow up like very much faster. I'm saying to you that in some sense, people already have this sense of rationality. People already have this self-actualization of how they need to proceed or how their career needs to look like. Therefore, there is no certain urgency for you to prove on why there's an expectation for people to grow up, for people to have expectations regarding maybe their college or university. This just harms them in the long term. But what does this narrative entail exactly? This gives an immense burden on society, right? Let's break this down. Growing up narrative is very much different for a vast majority. And don't let opposition fool you on this narrative is very much generalized. No, this hurts people coming from certain degree of environments. If you are pushed from an environment that already pushes you to be the best, this narrative only hurts those certain people. These are people who are very much put on like but that it's very much harmful in society right now. In the impacts here is that in our side, people understand fluidity. It means that when we don't push this certain burden to them, there's no like maybe there's already coexisting like mechanisms from like maybe schools and like from schools and like parents for you to be able to like understand it reality of life, but then we don't have to like push this immense burden of expectation for people to lose certain euphoric feelings that they've had from they were a child. It's important for us to not proliferate the harms of being an adult, because in order for you to be able to have a gooder quality of life, you need to understand that there's needs to be like not immense burden and oppression that is pushed to society right now. Second argument then, I'm gonna talk about why our side brings utility. Two layers to this. The right to self-express and the form of happiness you get in our side is very much different. Let's talk about as a form of self-expression. People have different coping mechanisms, right? The manifestation of narrative under our side is very much different, means that most likely this will manifest to be directed to young adults or maybe teenagers, for example. First layer then, let's talk about people have the right to self-express. Why? Humans are born as an individual. They are born with different hobbies, habits. The moral framework is that everyone has an absolute right. This is different from the civil right, right? An absolute right means that everyone should have the fundamental rights that is pushed to them, and this is the right to self-express. This is the right to be able to choosing on what you want to opt into life, right? No human should be able to like uphold the understanding of judgment. You proliferate the understanding of judgment in your side of the house. In opposition, you diminish and worsen the actual quality of people's life in status quo, right? But also, let's give context here to make it more clearer, right? If I still like to build Legos, if I like to watch SpongeBob, most likely I will get bashed into like opposition's world because they think that, oh, you should grow up. Why are you still liking these certain interests that you've had from a kid? You're like probably 17 years old. Why do you still like this? Okay, so before I move on to my second layer, yes, POI.
Doesn't childishness simply mean you excuse people's responsibilities and actually things like accountability? Please engage.
Look, if this is a childishness, we have to engage on how there's coexisting check and balances in society. Therefore, I don't think your parents would want to push childish to you, or maybe from schools or from your friends. I feel like these coexisting check and balances exist. If you have a negative trait, it means there are probably like critics from your friends or family to that, right? Also, let's talk about the second layer on how we get actually more happiness for people and how we get more utility. The premise of this
layer is that there's a different type of happiness from these childhood experiences. There's a different euphoric hit. There's a different serotonin flow from your side because when you are a child, it means that you are not like you're probably concealed from probably the realities of the world. So therefore, there's maybe this certain euphoric high. There's certain euphoria that you feel from this, right? But like also, this is very much important because there's give like people like a sense of copying mechanisms when they get this, right? The form of utility or the form of happiness that you get when you were a child is very much different from like maybe getting it from when you're an adult. It means that this is much more genuine. This is much more like genuine as a child. The importance here is that it is important for people to have a coping mechanism that is very much like much more pure and is maybe in a oppositions world. If they bring like maybe people have like different coping mechanisms as an adult, like different interests, like maybe golfing, for example, that is very much different because maybe you're afloat with like competitiveness, you're afloat with like a certain degree of doing better. What we want to acknowledge is that the differentiation between the happiness you get as a child and as an adult is very much different. Childhood interests, childhood friendships and relationships are very much more pure and under our side. People get more happiness. Proud to report.
Okay, thank you so much for your very fine speech. Please welcome first speaker from the opposition team here.
First of all, can I confirm if I'm audible and visible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to say my biggest gratitude and thank you to the honorable judges and for the team for letting us be able to continue to this round. Okay, I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panels, here's the thing. We believe that the expectation to grow up in the sense of abandoning childlike qualities, friendship, interests, or even etc. is actually harmful. It imposes that a narrow, rigid life trajectory and stripes individuals of joy. And it's actually like it has like a meaningful perfection. Because here's the thing. When we we reject the rigid and harmful expectations that people must grow up. The proposition kept on saying they said in the first part we're already living in a world that's already dreadful enough, right? So here's the thing. I'm gonna ask you, since we're already living in a world that's already dreadful enough, then so you're gonna let them still be childish or even still be in their childhood side, and then you're gonna actually give them a burden where because they're childish, they're not able to grow up or even be understanding rationality or be able to make choices that are which ones between good or even bad choices, and even be able to do responsibilities that they're supposed to be doing later on in the future, right? So here's the thing. Childlike joy, friendship, and interest, that's all good. We're not saying that any child or anyone out there shouldn't be able to feel those fulfillment. But what we're saying is that we should call it as maturity. They're supposed to be able to be mature enough later on. They're supposed to be able to grow up. Why? Because this is for social conformity. Because when it comes to the cost of authenticity and mental health and creativity, we believe that responsibility and adulthood can actually exist with childlike qualities. Why? Because not despite them, our case, in our case, the stigma against childishness is unnecessary and arbitrary and damaging, while embracing these traits benefits both individuals and societies. Because here's the thing, I'm pretty sure, like you said before, for example, in the narrative, you said you have this thing, you have a hobby or a joy on building Legos and watching SpongeBob, right? But and that's where your fulfillment, for fulfillment joy, and we can see maybe that's a childish act. But here's the thing, childish act, a childish trait, one of them is actually more dependent to someone or anyone. So here's the thing, from the base of the narrative that you guys gave, from liking to building Legos or watching SpongeBob, but you're doing those things in the private agenda, right? It's not like you're showing the world that you're actually doing those things. It's not like you're showing the world that you're being childish, right? So yeah, being childish is actually is actually for private, it's for private, it's fine. But here's the thing, we're thinking about how it's going to impact for them later on in the future. Why? Because here's the thing, they have responsibilities later on when they grow up. They have to be able to accept reality that they're gonna have to grow up, because responsibility is not the same as abandoning joy. You can pay your bills, take care of your family, and still be a good citizen, still follow any regulations or rules that are within your life. But also you can still enjoy like watching cartoons, playing games, or like still keep on doing your fulfillments, your joy in private times, right? Or even like enjoy those times with a friend or like a close friend and anything else, right? Like that, right? And like here's the thing, here's the thing, like it's simply false. Like playfulness, like creativity and curiosity are not like signs of incompetence. Like there are strengths. They help people adapt and innovate and stay mentally healthy in stressful environments. Like so, like even though like we are gonna push you like to like grow up, but we can still like let you guys like have this sense of like fulfillment of joy. Because like here's the thing, if you're not gonna let them be able to like realize that they should grow up, you're also adding a burden to like people around them. Because like here's the thing, one of a childish trick is like them being dependent, but them being able to think like, oh, there's still second chances in everything, them being able to be too dependent like to their parents, to their families, or like to someone that they depend on. And here's the thing, like maturity is like it's entirely cultural. Like example, like in Japan or even in Asia countries, like adults openly consume like any content, like it could be cartoons or anything, right? But like in Western societies, like in some hobbies, like it might be dismissed as childish. Like so here's the thing, like example, like as Asians, we would say like childish acts are like you're too lazy, you don't want to do your chores, like I'm sorry, no thank you. And as in the Western side, like they would say like being childish is just having fun, right? But here's the thing, like these are like different views, to where the point is that actually if you want to like grow up, it's actually a good thing. Because like being able to grow up is like you can actually be able to be more responsible. And here's the thing, we can actually like preserve authenticity and like mental health. Why? Because stigmatizing childishness like creates a shame and self-repression. Like people are like pressured into hiding what they enjoy or who they truly are, like just to fit an arbitrary mold of an adulthood. Like this harms mental health, like leading them to stress, anxiety, identity crisis. And like by contrast, when people are like allowed to embrace their childish qualities, whether it's like a hobby, a friendship, or a way of expressing joy, they get to live more authentically and healthily. Like this is like really like a concrete benefit to in society. No thank you. And here's the thing, I think like you guys from their side of the house, they maybe can say like childhood friendships could like should be like left behind, or like maybe like childhood like benefits behavior should be left should actually like still be in their life. Like they should actually be able to enjoy themselves. But here's the thing, like it's crucial like for emotional support. Like growth doesn't mean cutting these ties. It means like we get to adapt with them. Like over time, later on in the future, we get to adapt to those things that we like to do. Like forcing people to move on is actually creating loneliness. So we're not actually forcing them, we're just trying to also make them adapt to it. Like, and here's the thing, like childlike traits actually drive creativity and progress. Like so like these traits could like even though you have hobbies, it doesn't mean you have to cut out those hobbies. Like you can still enjoy those hobbies, but in a more mature and a more responsible way later on. Because we're not saying that you have to like really be mature later on. You just need to like be able to differentiate which one is actually rational or not. Yes, I'll be taking that POI. What is it? 3, 2.
Don't you think it's very harmful when people are forced to grow up?
Okay. It's not harmful. Why? Because when people are actually forced to grow up, like later on, they get you can actually like realize, like when you grow up, you realize that you get to make good decisions actually. Because here's the thing, being part of growing up, yes, you might make mistakes, but those mistakes you can actually learn from those mistakes. Why? Because later on from those mistakes, you can be able to know what you're gonna do up next later on in the future. Even though you might come up with any mistakes like up and down hills and anything else like that, but being able to make good choices or even bad choices in the future itself, it's part of growing up. I mean, growing up, you may encounter any types of problem, but it doesn't mean growing up is harmful. Because right now in this time, we're all growing up, right? And without realizing it, we have to, because in the end of the day, society they cannot, like society will need us to be able to grow up, because society will also need to be able to like see and like know that we can still grow up. Like because if you want to let society like be normalized on like being able for them to like accept our childhood acts or childish acts, and then you're gonna actually add another burden to society itself. That is why that we as the team from Proposition, we strongly think that letting people letting them like having the expectation for a person to grow up is actually a must. That is why we from the opposition team proudly oppose. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the speech. Please welcome the second speaker from the government team to continue the debate here.
Hi, am I visible and audible?
Yes.
Okay. Before I start my speech, a few acknowledgements. I know my first speaker has already put some acknowledgements, but these are some personal people that I want to mention. My mom, my dad, Mas Radit that are watching this, and my whole family that is watching this from the live. And then obviously to Kafinai for guiding us to this finals, for example, and a few honorable mentions of my debate friends, Abian, Angel, Aldo, Gracio, Umbun, LD, and our Smandua debaters, Kiara, and everyone that has helped us with sparrings and stuff. We are incredibly grateful for you. We couldn't be here without you. And lastly, to my lovely teammates, I wouldn't be here without them. And yeah, so let's go, Jabar. Wait, okay. I will clear. Wait, pure preference for you to be verbal. I won't be looking at the chats. I did not intend to offend anyone within my speech. Starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. In a world where people are all inherently living in a toxic world, where negativity is everywhere, the expectations to speed up your life is just for the sake of like a more mature society, quote unquote, is unjustified. What does these expectations actually look like? From PM and LO exchange, it becomes such a tug of war, right? What's the expectations here? For simple picturization, for example, I'm obsessed with Harry Potter, and somehow Nara calls me out to grow up and stop living in the past, for example. These expectations would inherently limit people from having an agency of an mechanism that is inherently exclusive on our side. Of a pace and timing, it becomes very much unjustified because they would speed up people into like, grow up, actually live up to your expectations and stuff. Perceptions of these expectations itself differs between each people that manifest this narrative, right? This is something that their side had been very much dismissive on. For example, friends, for example, will live within the euphoric feeling of being able to actually preserve that nostalgic feeling of, oh, I can actually still talk about my childhood interests with you and in terms of everything. But there are people like parents, teachers, and bosses, for example, that already exist in the current status quo that you cannot change even regardless of this motion, right? They would still expect at the very least a sense of responsibility and a responsibility from you to make yourself to be able held accountable for the sake of survivability. This is going to be my whole extinction letter later on then, right? But moving on then, they told you that they're not going to be limiting people from moving on from childhood interests, right? Please read the motion. If you want to inherently oppose the expectation that a person must grow up, then you also need to engage on like how people under your side would also need to coerce to be moving on from their childhood interests. This is something that their side haven't engaged on. So two things that need to be provided and proved from their side to you panels then become two things. Firstly, how our people are not going to be actually judged from not like moving on from their childhood interests, for example, even if they do it in private, like what their PM has already mentioned, and how is actually people are not going to be judged for doing inherently everything that they're trying to do as an opt-out mechanism when it comes to like living and embracing their past and embracing the things that they've already done in their childhood. Clarification then here, they misunderstood our case. We've told you about coexisting like mechanisms of check and balance, right? Humans inherently will put pressures under themselves from like families, friends, for example, under the expectation of at the very least you need to be held accountable. You need to be responsible. At the very least, you need to live up to your responsibilities for the sake of survivability itself. This is the thing that's going to be a check and balance mechanism under our side. They need to engage on this then to not be too worst case. We want to extension then exactly about the check and balance that would actually balance out the expectations that people, it's okay for you to actually live up in your past. What does this look like later? What are we actually against? The act of coercing people out of their interests. For example, out of their safe place when that comforting feeling is actually needed occasionally here and there to support the continuity of like one's happiness, right? This is also one thing that they need to prove later on how happiness inherently would still exist under their side of the house. If opposition is so worried about the continuity of that childhood behavior that would exist in the long-term impact, that would also ruin the entire status quo. We can prove to you on how that actually wouldn't happen and wouldn't happen to such an extreme extent of that under our side of the house under two things. Firstly, things that couldn't be changed regardless of this motion. And secondly, the internalization of pressure, the internalization of just basically being accountable to yourself. Two things here then. For example, the things that you couldn't change regardless of this motion is the things that we need here are the places, for example, or just the circumstances that forces you to have a standing ground later, force you to not live in the past actually. Schools, workplace, for example. In schools, even when teachers' perception, for example, may change on how they view their students, for example, they still give things like tasks, assignments, group projects, finals, assessments. These things are like that is literally like your sense of responsibility would coerce you to not always live within your imagination and click back to reality. This is a check and balance that is still exists under our side. Same thing with like deadlines, for example, from your
POI?
clients meetings, that the things that becomes your responsibility will push you into like clicking back to reality. What is the meta of this with like their case then? What does this differ with like their case? We still make that opt-out mechanism available so people would not be constantly pushed into the depression, into the responsibilities are actually getting them into. These are the things that is differentiating under our side and their side. At the very least, under our side, people would still have that opt-out mechanism that actually will fulfill to their happiness, that fulfill and maximize into their happiness, right? And then what about the internalization here then? Like personal incentive of not wanting to be stagnant and
POI?
survivability. This is literally the likelihood of like the check and balance that exists, right? Personally, humans have the inherent awareness of their burden in life. If they want to graduate, for example, then they need to do your task. If you want to get paid, then you need to do your job. You need to actually talk to your clients. You need to respond to your bosses. These are the things that will inherently then become the things that will check and balance these people to actually click back to reality and not just live in the expectations of like, oh, my childhood was very happy. I don't want to move on for this. I don't want to live up from this. But before moving on then, yes, PI. 3, 2,
Hello. Note that if you want to have like checks and balances, people need to understand accountability and real life responsibilities. How do you even garner that with your mechanization due to the irrational nature of adolescents and these
I will stop you
children?
there. Here's the thing. I have already characterized in the start how people perceive these expectations in a different way, and how if this expectation will gonna lessen at the end of the day, it's also gonna differ from each expectations of people. There's still people that will coerce you into being accountable for yourself. There are people that are still gonna force you into actually think that, oh, this is something that is important for you. At the very least, you need to do it. For example, I've already mentioned to you teachers, bosses, and everyone that are actually still the things that actually needs the sense of responsibility and survivability at the end of the day. Moving on then, why does it actually have to be childhood memories? Why does it have to be like moving on, not actually moving on from a childhood to become like an opt-out mechanism? My PM has already given you an analysis, but the difference between an opt-out mechanism that you actually have in like the current status quo, for example, your friends, for example, the community that you have within your friends, and then the actual joy and fulfillment, and basically the serotonin boost that you can get from like the nostalgic help from the nostalgic feeling. This is actually something that my PM has already told you. There's a difference between actually like embracing your past, where you can actually get this nostalgic feeling. Oh, I was actually happy back then. Oh, my friends from back then we didn't really have to think about deadlines. We didn't have to think about tasks, for example. That is something that our side champions on. We still have that opt-out mechanism that at the very least have a better serotonin boost as compared to their side of the house. And it doesn't mean that inherently under our side there wouldn't be like a growth on, for example, for a personal stagnantness, for example, where people are not aware of like accountability, responsibility, for example. We have already given you a likelihood analysis on how under our side we still have a check and balance that could balance out to that. And especially under our side, we can something that is exclusive is inherently that opt-out mechanism that their side couldn't compared to, because people inherently under our side wouldn't be as judgmental as they are under their side of the house, right? Because at the very least, under our side, people would not come striking people for embracing their childhood, for example, or embracing their childhood interests, for example. People wouldn't be as judgmental as Nauran that is judging me for liking Harry Potter, for example. That is something that is inherently exclusive under our side. Nothing that can provide to you is gonna champion to that. That is why we beg you to vote for government. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for the speech. Please welcome second speaker from the government team. Opposition team to continue the debate here.
Can I confirm if I'm both visible and audible?
Yes.
Okay. Oh yeah, before starting my speech, thank you to everyone who has contributed to my debating journey, my coach, my parents, and everyone else. So yeah, I'll just start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Proposition cannot win this debate the moment their prime minister literally said they want checks and balances. And notice this literally also trickled down to their second speech. Because if you think about it, Judge, checks and balances require you to have this form of responsibility, this form of rational mindset of what is wrong and what is right. This point knives their case and tell you the childishness is literally bad. This is a form of major contradiction you have to take note of. Notice the chasing for what you like can be misleading in the end. For example, this means you would spend less time on like more tangible things, like true like materialistic success, right? They don't realize like on their side because they're being trapped in this hedonistic cycle that only fails people in the end. Notice that coercion is not when you grow up. It is when you're engineered to actually detach from the true reality you live in. It's when you actually are given that false illusion of true success. This is the real coercion. We're not doing that on our side of the house. Look, I also want to directly attack their point on how people will perceive this expectation differently. This literally come from their second speaker. But I do really want to note that because exactly on their side of the house, everybody perceives these experiences or these expectations really subjectively. All this means that the standards in society become extremely arbitrary. That means in the end, the trickle-down effect is you lose the idea of meritocracy. We can't stand for this world on opposition. 3 things I'll do in this speech today. Firstly, clarifications to further crystallize the debate. Secondly, several points of clashes. And thirdly, my new argument on how this erodes the idea of accountability and prevents personal growth. Moving on to several points of clarifications. I really want to be clear in this debate, right? Look, this debate is about societal expectations and the standards in society. We think the side that should win this debate is the one that clearly tells you how we're able to create a better functioning society. And insofar of their 2 speeches, we never heard this. Our path to victory is really clear. 2 things. 1, how will it be better for society and personal growth? Secondly, why is this principally justified? Moving on then to my second point here. How does this expectation then look like on our side? We think that this is just a simple standard where you as an individual have to be mature. You have to learn responsibilities in life. For example, learning how to actually exercise your financial autonomy, right? That literally determines your economic well-being and ultimately your life trajectory in the long run. This will manifest in 2 forms, Judge. 1, families are willing to literally use adult-based lens on their children. This means that family would literally prepare their children to actually be, like, let's say, mature enough. This is a part of our model. That means on our side of the house, when we glorify this, there's just going to be a far more supportive community that ensures that individuals are able to be mature in the first place. I don't think this is, I don't think if they talk about like mental capacity, it's going to win them their surround. No, right? Secondly, we're going to stigmatize people who don't grow up, right? We would be happy to defend a world where we continuously push people or individuals to be ready for the future and understand that they can't be stagnant. They can't be always overly reliant on each other. We're just being realistic here because we live in a capitalistic society. We literally need to teach people about the true reality. They don't get this essence on their side. Thirdly, what does proposition look like then in this debate? Notice that 1, individuals won't need to grow up on their side. They don't have to take up on life responsibilities. That means they would be overly dependent on someone else, continuing that nurture they get from their parents, right? Therefore, childhood interest in this debate or in this motion refers that when you take things for granted, right? For example, you have this privilege of the idea of second chances and literally do not value and be self-independent for yourself, right? It's when they literally have less incentives then to pursue their growth, to pursue things like the career. It's literally excessive and prolonged comfort. It's so bad. Secondly, people become inherently short-termists, right? Meaning that they prioritize short-term gains over long-term ones. This means you actually grant them instant or immediate gratification. Lastly, let's talk about cultures in the status quo. This is related to parenting or teaching individuals in society. 1, when we compare West to Asian, let's say, they have different types of parenting models. It's more, let's say, Western prioritize more things like personal freedom. This means that the idea of being childish also differs on their side of the house. There is an inequality between different cultures then. For example, depending also on your social economic situations, which I'll further expand this right in my classes. But then lastly, for adults, we think that it's going to be far more standardized on our side of the house because it's literally objective. It's about your career. It's about your social mobility. These are the tangible things you get in life. But before moving on to my classes, I'll take the POI. 3, 2, 1. Okay, moving on then, right? Note, we're also talking about maturity for the average individuals or the average Joe in society. This means we're not talking about individuals who are not mentally capable to, let's say, grow up. Those actors are just out of the debate because it's just going to be an unfair burden then. We can't talk about mentally incapable individuals because we're simply talking about, let's say, teenagers who start to step into the adult age within their 18 to 19-year-old stage. This is the idea or moment they have to literally grow up in life. Also, adults who are just inheriting the childhood traits on their side, it's going to be far worse in the end of the day. On our side, we think community would be much more supportive to ensure that everyone is able to actually have that mental support to actually grow up in the first place. Moving on to my first clash then. The first thing we heard from their first two speeches is they garner happiness and fulfillment, or that idea of choice, right? But look, panels, we need to be realistic here. You can't always be happy in every single part of your life. When you achieve success, it requires hard work. For example, you have to literally sacrifice your time sleeping late, and we think this is going to be just far more better in the long run. It's going to be worth it simply because you as an individual would have the means to literally participate in society more effectively. You have the sense of fulfillment when you're able to garner, let's say, that societal status that we live that we will be able to grant people in this capitalistic society. Secondly, who gets to be happy then on their side of the house? I think these are just going to be those elitists, those privileged individuals who have, let's say, intergenerational wealth, right? Why is this the case, right? Because those people are the only ones who can literally depend on other individuals for, let's say, materialistic success. Therefore, on their side of the house, self-expression becomes inherently exclusive. It's simply a luxury. We can't stand for the world where you literally marginalize the very minorities in society. Therefore, I want to move on to the second point and flip the idea on checks and balances. Notice that you need people to be accountable. You need to teach them maturity to be able to know the boundaries like right and wrong. That is the moment you can get true accountability. Their side is the one who conceal people from reality. That means the idea of freedom of expression won't be even garnered on their side of the house. People's passion will literally be dropped in the end because notice that at the end of the day, passion is related to your future success, your career. In the end, we teach them how to do this on our side of the house. Moving on to my quick new argument then, right? The thesis here is simple. Childishness means less freedom, less autonomy, because people are seen as less immature, mature beings, where they can't actually take on those heavy responsibilities to choose between real and really tangible and hard decisions in life. Literally, what happens on their side is you excuse them for their irresponsibilities in life. Firstly, I want to talk about social contribution and the idea of social contract, right? Notice we live in a society that is communitarian. There's that moral obligation for you as a citizen to actually contribute back to society. But we think that on their side of the house, people become inherently selfish, right? They think only about their short term, their dopamine hits, that short term form of fulfillment. This is to say that under our side of the house, growing up also means you're able to think about the others. You're able to actually emotionally develop in a sense that you're able to be much more empathetic. You're able to actually handle a lot of situations in a much more adult way, in a much more serious way, in a sense that you don't take things for granted. Secondly, then, on proposition, you literally impose the idea of pressure to certain people with emotional maturity, right? This looks like, for example, how women in the current status quo will always have that dying pressure to be those emotional agents in society. On their side of the house, when they excuse people to literally become childish, all these types of emotional maturity falls under these very minorities in society. We can't stand for a world where you literally marginalize the very minorities in society. We tell you we grant people with more freedom by actually allowing them to gain that materialistic gains through financial autonomy. For all those very reasons, you literally must oppose this debate. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the speech. Please welcome third speaker from the government team to continue the debate here.
Hi, am I audible and visible?
Both clear.
Okay, just a few shout outs before I start my speech. I'm just very thankful that I can reach this grand final. Like I would Yeah, I know. Okay, sure. But I just want to say thank you to Chelsea and Naura, to Kavinai, to my parents, Ayah Bunda, for always supporting me. I wouldn't be here without the both of them, and also both of my sisters. They've always helped me and motivated me, and yeah, just thank you so much. Okay, starting in 3, 2, and 1. I think opposition hasn't responded to our main case in which this takes away people's right of self-expression, right? This has been our main case since my first and second speaker, and notice how there hasn't been any engagement towards that. This is because they assume that, quote-unquote, growing up is only about being disciplined and accountable, when the context slide also talks about childhood interests and also childhood friends, which are the things that make you happy as a child. And that means that you are forced to leave that because society tells you to grow up, right? So then, but later I'll still engage and prove to you that we are more engaging and still prove why we have more accountability, and the process of growing up is actually more real on our side, and you're not actually forcing them here, and the process is not actually artificial, right? So then, but just a few points of rebuttal before I move on to my clashes. They told you in their second speaker on how we're helping people from chasing their passion. No, I think it exists more from us here, because notice how most of people's passion stems from their childhood dreams, right? And then because you're being told to grow up, like for example, a theater kid like Chelsea who wants to become a theater, who wants to become a performer, but then her parents tell her to just grow up. No, this is your childhood dream. Exactly, that happens more in their side. So I don't think that this is like a worthy contribution here, right? But then moving on to my clashes here, I have 2 clashes that I want to bring. The first one is regarding principle, and the second one is about the practical here, right? I think that the principle is very important here, judges, because we're emphasizing that people have the right to express themselves as long as it doesn't take other people's rights, right? Or other people's agency. This is important because in so far as they haven't proved why being quote-unquote childish takes away other people's rights, then it means our principle from the very start regarding the right to freely express themselves still stands here. And then if this point still stands, then that automatically already takes down their case in terms of principle, because this narrative inherently already violates people's rights of truly having access to what they want. The choice, which is the choice to self-express however they want, right? But then why is the choice, or like the freedom to choose how they want to express, that is important, right? Why does this outweigh everything else in this round? Because notice how the right to choice, is the right to self-express, is equal to the right to life. Why is it that? Because notice how everyone has different preferences, they have different values and how they want to live their life. Maybe my friend's ideal life is that, oh, he wants to become a super successful businessman, but then what I want is to enjoy my life by spending my downtime by watching My Little Pony or hanging out with my childhood friends that I've known since I was 3 years old. In opposition's world, my friend has full autonomy in reaching what he wants, but I would be shamed by society for wanting to watch a kids show when I'm already 17 years old. So you can clearly see, judges, that in opposition's world, that a lot of people aren't given the chance to pursue the life that they want, to pursue the things that give their life inherent value, which they put for themselves, right? Moreover, I just want to emphasize that opposition is defending an expectation that people must grow up here. It's not soft like, oh, you should grow up. It's not persuasive. It's a requirement, right? So that means it already violates our right to self-express here. And I've already told you on how important it is, right? So on the basis of that, we think that we already beat all of their contributions here. Before I move on to my second clash, yes?
Is it true happiness when you don't have financial means to pursue whatever you want? Literally, your side is elitist. You can't watch My Little Pony if you're literally still seeking sustenance in society. Please engage.
I will engage about that in my second clash. Exactly. So 3 things I'm going to do in my second clash. First, I'm going to reaffirm that people can still grow up in our side in terms of being more responsible and accountable and just more disciplined here, right? Secondly, I'm going to talk about what happens when people are forced to grow up because they literally expect that people must grow up. And then thirdly, I will weigh on why our positive case regarding happiness is way more important than their side. Firstly, regarding how people can still grow up. Notice how my previous speakers have already told you on how there are other things outside of this debate that still pushes people to grow up, like school assignments or universities. Yes, there are certain parts of those, like teachers who pushes you to grow up, and like this is affected by the narrative, but other things such as like assignments or and like the fact that you need to go from elementary school to middle school to high school, which means like the difficulty level rises. That means you have to be automatically be more disciplined, more accountable, right? So then and also like the fact that I'm joining a debate competition when I was in 10th grade, I'm being pushed out of my comfort zone, and then therefore I'm forced to become more disciplined, to have more time management, and to be able to listen to my coach's feedbacks, for example. That's what pushes people to grow up in our side. It still exists here then. But then notice how first and second speaker of opposition kept on telling us that the world is harsh and capitalistic, and look, this is exactly what pushes people to grow up in our side, because the fact that the world is harsh, then the people naturally have survival instincts in order to not starve, in order to not be left behind, in order to not be unemployed here, right? They still want to live. They want to be like, if they want to be able to live their childhood dreams, then they automatically need money here, right? So I don't get how that's a huge of a problem then. So then the implication here is that their positive case regarding accountability and responsibility still exists in our side. But then secondly, when this narrative which exists in their side, then they automatically force more people to grow up here then in an artificial way. We already proved on why this is likely, because they don't want to be judged, right? They're afraid of people judging them. So therefore,
Why?
and then later. So why is it still bad when people are forced to grow up here then? Because they do not grow up naturally. They hide their irresponsible actions, but at the end of the day, it's because they were scared of being judged and not because they actually grew up and they were actually stretched out of their comfort zone here. And it's not because they actually learned from their life lessons. What happens then in their side? Sure, they still have their childish and irresponsible they can hide their childish and irresponsible actions, but their own mindset is still childish. And that is the prerequisite of people even improving in the first place in their side, or of the people even surviving in capitalistic world. So I think that if in your side, you cannot ensure that the people's mindset will actually improve. And it's not just them hiding their irresponsible and unaccountable actions, right? So they wouldn't be able to actually face real life challenges, right? Like, for example, the people that are forced to grow up in our side, yeah, they will hide that, they will try to hide their childish actions, but they will still break down because they got a D in their math class, for example, and they wouldn't even want to try harder in the next exam. That is the picturization of what happens in their side when people grow up artificially and not naturally here then. But then moving on to the weighing here then, it's why is our positive contribution way more important than their side? Because we have already proven to you that it's their choice. They have the right. Sure, like, okay, they get to live the life that they want here, right? Even if you don't buy our case and they still win in accountability, they can't win this debate, because this is not a practical debate. This is not only a practical debate, but you also have to take into account the principles of, and they are taking away the rights of people to self-express themselves, right? So what are the tipping points? Okay, before I move on to my weighing, sure.
Okay, you kept on saying like this is about their human rights.
Sorry, it's already seven. It's already seven. Okay, moving on. Sorry. What are the tipping points in which you should weigh this debate? We think that in terms of principle, we already proven to you that the right to life is automatically the right to, like, the right of choice is the right to life already, right? And they need to be able to prove this in their opposition whip on why this is, they can actually still achieve this, right? But I think that it would already been too late. And also, due to us actually caring for people's autonomy and their right to self-expression, and actually we care for their real self-growth and their mindset actually growing up, and you're not only just growing up artificially and trying to hide your irresponsible actions, I am very proudly and urging you to propose.
All right, thank you so much for the fine speech. Quick reminder, remember when it is like possible to offer POI and take POI. Okay, let's move on to the third speaker from the opposition team. Here.
Am I visible and audible?
Yes.
Speech is starting in 3, 2, 1. Panels, you can't watch My Little Pony when your living conditions is sub-average. We tell you under our side, when they assume adult-like positions, there's several mechanizations to ensure that they have a sense of fulfillment, i.e., for example, through hobbies or through ideas such as materialistic gains, which is oftentimes promoted in collectivist societies like Korea and Japan, or oftentimes rediscovering themselves through psychological mechanization called the inner child. But we tell you that this is different from retaining childhood, because the moment you retain childhood, you retain bad qualities, lack of accountability, irrationality due to their volatile emotional nature. And we tell you that proposition has to defend that. The fact that proposition is able to attend debate competitions and get out of their comfort zone means that they like, you cannot be childish, and like you cannot be childish in life to access greater mobility. So we tell you, for all of this, I'm extremely proud to extremely proud to oppose. But now, done with like before moving on to my first clash on which side incentivizes true freedom, and second clash on which side leads to to a more responsible society, some clarifications and strategic mistakes to finally pave the way for this debate. Firstly, on our clarification, 3 things. A, we tell that our stance here has been crystal clear. We tell that growing up is needed for deeper fulfillment and responsibility. Under their side, the image of fulfillment is just simply one-dimensional. But also, we're not against preserving you or your creativity. Growing up doesn't mean you lose joy or like you lose all of these factors. And we tell that under their side, you make them much more vulnerable to exploitation within an inherently capitalistic system. We tell you that it's just escapism at the very best under their side. But also, the status quo of the capitalistic world will not change until, like, when you just become childish. People will not change. The capitalistic world will still keep on running. We tell you that under our side, we give these people the tools to ensure that they're able to resist or combat the very idea of oppressive capitalism. But now, I've already made this extremely clear. We already have a lot of existing mechanisms, but I would like to further more on why this is true. Because we tell you that true self-expression comes from maturity, not the avoidance of it. We tell you that the very moment you have free self-expression is the very moment you're able to create your own thoughts within your own accord without any sense of intervention. We tell that during your childhood stage, due to its transitional nature, oftentimes parents would care for you, they would make the decisions for you, and we tell you, you often miss out from these very critical factors that keep ourselves inherently human at the very end of the day. So done with the clarification, now moving on to the strategic mistakes that have costed opposition this debate. Costed like proposition this debate. 3 things. We tell you that Prop says they remove the expectation to grow up, but we tell you otherwise. Now, why is this? Let's break it down together. Because we tell you that in reality, social norms don't disappear, they simply shift. So for example, if the society under side proposition tends to valorize not growing up, that in of itself becomes a new standard where people are simply judged against. You just have that lack of meritocracy, like something our second speaker has told you. But just as today, people are mocked for being too childish, in their world, people will be mocked for being too serious or boring. You don't allow these people to grow up naturally, in which society stagnates, and you don't get a net benefit where everyone can truly and freely express themselves. But also worse, we tell you that this expectation hits certain groups harder. Women who want motherhood, working class people who need to take on jobs early, or cultures that value duty and maturity will now be told that they're betraying freedom by growing up too fast. So done with my strategic mistakes, and now moving on to my first clash on which side actually garners greater mental fulfillment. Now moving on to the first clash on how opposition told you how not growing leads to providing a sense of mental fulfillment under side proposition and more authenticity. Now we tell you that this is simply untrue. Why is this? 3 factors. A, we told you that under both sides, childhood is a transitional phase. This is to say that their morals and qualities are somewhat like different, or they determine a greater sense of like fulfillment is different. Like for example, how a child has to be complacent and obedient to their parents, and how an adult has to retain some sense of social mobility, for example, through reputation, or oftentimes they have to go to work. But also note that this kind of fulfillment, but note that on side proposition, these individuals would be more prone to factors such as dependency. This is the bad qualities you have to defend under side proposition. That lack of accountability, where critical factors such as critical thinking and decision making are now out of the window, making individual time vulnerable to these bad events. Like for example, they're not equipped to handle crises or stress. But moreover, what does this prove under our side of the house? We tell you under our side of the house, we ensure greater fulfillment because these people discovered themselves without any form of intervention. For example, through a greater authority, or within a confined society. So in their own accord. But let's further break this down through thorough analysis. But before I'm going to break this down, I'll take that POI.
So the norm of reaching success and survivability still coexist under our side for accountability and the existence of it. Please engage.
Note that your entire case has been extremely uncharitable with the very framing and overreach, but let's be charitable and engage with their best case. Even their best case, it's only simply a tiny minority for people who are able to balance it. Now, we've told you through our active mechanization that the very moment you actually valorize this very factor, everything becomes a societal expectation. People wouldn't care about simply growing up. We've already told you this. If you've not listened effectively, yeah. But now moving on, now even in propositions like best case, it's still not enough because we tell you that proposition's case is just simply elitist, and we tell you it's narrow. Not everyone can afford to retain their childhood values. Not everyone can actually have that sense of social, to be free or to be toys. So this actually highlights one major factor in this very clash as a whole, because we tell you that they romanticize childhood fulfillment, but forget it's only possible because of the adults. Your mom was the one that paid for your toys. Your dad was the one who bought your TV. So done with my first clash, moving on to the second clash on which side garners greater, a greater sense of a more responsible society. Now, first case on the idea of coercion. Now, opposition told you that growing up is coercive, the capitalistic society forces people to abandon joy. But now let's actually deconstruct this and tell you why this is unlikely. Two factors, because A, growing up is not inherently coercive, it's literally part of science. If you reject that, you reject the very idea of an entire subject. It's simply inevitable. Everyone has to go through it. Same thing as grief. But also note that most societies actually celebrate the transition to adulthood. Now, this is not to say that just because it has lasted for a long time is the best, but we tell you it's because it's so normalized. The burden of change under side proposition would oftentimes enforce greater resentment and greater inequality and polarization. But now, let's be charitable and engage with their best case and tell you why it's not enough. Because even if we accept that growing up involves coercion, their solution is not growing up is worse. It denies people access to adult freedom, for example, financial control, as per what my first and second speaker has told you. And then we tell you that even in our worst case, we still win because but it still produces stable societies in the long run. But now finally, let's just move on to my final case that I'll actually address to finally pave the way for this debate once and for all. Now, moving on to the case on how people perceive different expectations. Now, we tell you that this is simply untrue because the expectation to grow up is universal. We tell you that the burden of change now falls under side proposition. So let's just do the weighing once and for all. What do you get under side opposition? We tell you that under side opposition, true fulfillment comes from every single factor, responsibility, maturity, and all these whatnots. But also secondly, we highlighted that proposition's case was extremely uncharitable in a way that their framing and their overreach did not actually benefit them, and we've already proven this. But also thirdly, we tell you that under their side, they would have a much worse of society, and we tell you that there's inherent beauty in people growing up. There's inherent beauty in the government, in families being created because these people grew up. If there's inherent beauty in graduating, in which I am going to expect, and with all of this, I'm extremely proud to oppose. And I'm also apologizing. I forgot to say thank you. I feel like this speech really contributed to me and contributed to each and every one of you. You guys worked so well, and I'm so proud of you. Everyone contributed to me, and I feel like I'm within a space that is safe for me. So thank you very much. Thank you for your guys' support for me. And I would like to credit my mom, and I would also like to credit Ibu Alin, Paoki, Miss Christy, and Auntie Hong Hong, because we tell you that they were the ones that actually helped support my debate journey. So thank you guys. Have a nice day.
Okay, thank you so much for that. To close the case from the opposition team, please welcome reply speaker from the opposition team here.
Okay, yeah, I'll be starting my speech. Wait, give me a second to set up my chat. Okay, I'll be starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panels. The right to freedom is not infinite. It stops until a point where you literally violate someone else's right. We tell you, if people on their side refuse to grow up and keep on only acting for themselves, the idea of social contract falls down. This is the ultimate moment then, when your duty as a citizen also crumbles down. In order to ensure a truly functioning society, everyone's freedom should be protected only when people know the boundaries of their responsibilities and these mature morals that exclusively only exist on side opposition. When you lock people away from reality, you lock away people from true rights. But what does proposition respond to our case on this? We think it's nothing of substance, right? They told you that they simply want to prioritize happiness and fulfillment when they can literally spend their whole time watching Harry Potter, when they literally can watch My Little Pony and be a couch potato. But look, we have told you since our very second speech that literally we trade off short-term happiness for long-term happiness. Because notice, everything in life requires hard work. You need to some degree exert or like amounts of efforts that requires you to actually, let's say, have those like short-term gains in the first place. But when you're able to sustain yourself in the future, you're able to have you're able to have a far more long-term happiness where it's going to be far more sustainable in the long run. Therefore, under our side of the house, they only give you a false illusion of happiness when literally their side only provides to you long-term quote unquote suffering, right? I'm very proud to post then. I'll do this, I'll basically do 3 things in the speech today. Firstly, several strategic mistakes that have cost proposition this round. Secondly, 2 pieces of clashes. And thirdly, why this is simply a clear opposition win. Moving on to several points of strategic mistakes, right? Firstly, notice that their case judge is filled of contradictions. Their first 2 speeches told you that we need to have checks and balances, but suddenly their third speech shifts the debate and literally say that this debate is not only about discipline. Notice the inconsistency then in their case, but let's just be extremely charitable and take them at their best and tell you why checks and balances require you to first be mature as a prerequisite. Firstly, 3 speeches down the line, they ignored our capitalistic point also, because notice that they never even have proven to you why they can escape this form of capitalistic society, because it's entrenched in society. We need people to understand the true form of success, right? True success requires people to grow up, panels. To navigate the capitalistic society, you need that form of maturity, to work, to simply earn, to budget, and to literally build that form of stability. True success is literally not when you pretend you can float above all of these structures. True success, judges, is when you're literally able to recognize them, when you're able to take responsibilities and literally grow within them. To refuse to grow up on their side is to literally leave yourself defenseless in a system that will stop demanding responsibility from you. We think that their whole case on happiness, their whole case on simply about success for individuals simply crumbles down. Secondly, if we were to trade off freedom, we would, because freedom is not always good. If it means freedom comes at the cost of your materialistic success, given we live again in a capitalistic society, then freedom is bad, right? Because you can't even sustain yourself in reality, but you're just giving yourself an illusion of happiness that won't even actually personally develop you as an individual. Therefore, this is ultimately true coercion when you engineer people to literally not grow up. Because growing up means you understand this very limit. It means that you're able to be mature enough to understand what is your very role in society. For example, when you actually get into the workplace, whatnot. Thirdly, notice, judge, the idea of meritocracy is also never refuted up to the end of this debate. We told you that 1, meritocracy is simply a system where people advance based on effort, talent, and responsibility. And literally, for meritocracy to work, individuals must literally grow up. They must take responsibility and contribute to society as a functioning citizen. Lastly, I want to note that growing up simply brings a lot of the idea of emotional maturity, that idea of resilience, and the capacity to handle all of these challenges in society. You're not only burdening several in the demographics of minorities in society, because notice that we tell you maturity itself brings you this form of personal fulfillment. People who refuse to grow up often lose this idea of long term because they never learn really how to handle in life. So in reality, they're literally struggling. We can't stand for this world. I'm very proud to oppose. Thank you.
To close the entire debate, please welcome reply speaker from the government team here.
Hi, am I audible? Sorry, from audible visible enough? Okay. Starting 3. Starting in 3, 2, 1. If you want to limit the utility of people, if you want to bash and deteriorate the quality of happiness in people's life, might as well not have a community to begin with. Panels, don't buy opposition's case about succession of happiness or about the reality of the about certain capitalistic framings, right? Proposition offers you a way to escape a dreadful society. We give people space to self-express, lesser punishment to judgment. People should have the autonomy to be able to self-express, since they should have the autonomy to be able to choose what they actually ought to want to believe in, ought to maybe have interest in, or have these certain friendships. What then? Okay. First of all, let's talk about the strategic flaws, right? First of all, I feel like opposition lacks likelihood on reaching plus utility. I've told you from the very beginning of this debate that we need to take account of people's maybe perception towards happiness, perception towards joy. This is something that is very inherently important. We've told you from the beginning of the debate that a good quality of life is probably perceived on maybe the norms that society also will have, right? We've told you on that humans need us to hold into a certain pure euphoric memory. This is only happens in our side of the house, but also
We've told you how in the very beginning, this is a literal escape from like capitalistic world that they've pushed. We told you on how people are already working day and night. People are already working so hard together, like achievement, together to money. Therefore, this is the only way for you to escape these certain realities in this world right now. Therefore, they've also become very much dismissive and uncharitable to our claim about community. Like they've told you about how community in their side is better, but do notice on like how, when you outgrow these certain like childhood friendships or relationship in their side, it means that you're probably gonna normalize like leaving behind certain people just for the sake of maybe you've like lost, you don't really like them anymore. That means that the sense of communal happiness or the sense of community in their side is actually much more less in our side of the house, right? Notice from the very beginning of the debate. I've like we've told you on how this internalized differently from different types of people. If childness exists in our side of the house, it's probably manifestation from like privileged people, and then like therefore there's no certain urgency for you to actually have like maybe certain capitalistic gains in our side and in the South Africa right now. Two clashes. First, I'm gonna talk about on how in principle level we win. What proposition told you and how maybe like people shouldn't be happy because they should actually focus on the survival of it. They've never really engaged to us regarding this certain principle level on why importance of the happiness still should be accounted for, especially in a dreadful world that we're living right now. Why we win is we prove to you on how it's extremely important for people to have the right to self-express as a form of coping mechanism. They haven't engaged on why it's justified for coercion in their side because exactly we let people pursue what they want to give value and meaning. There's no engagement to this. They've lost the debate like principally from the beginning of the debate. The first and also second question about practical level, why we win is first, we're not coercing people to have these certain expectations for like child growing up artificially. We give people this space to be able to develop what they actually ought to believe in society right now. Our path to victory is very much clear on three matrix panels. First, let's talk about the process and outcome. On the process and the moral framework, we give much more fluidity. We don't limit people to like freely express themselves in their side. As said in their LO, people do it in private. Like I'm gonna flip this by saying like how that means that they in their side, people literally have to conceal what they like, what they like or like certain traits. And this becomes inherently problematic on their side of the house. What we've also told you from the outcome of us is that this is going to be a net positive benefit. It's in a sense that people will still probably have the rationality to pursue their dreams, as we've also characterized from the very beginning. Lastly, and second of all, on importance, we've told you on how there is also need for like opt-out mechanisms regarding status quo right now. The only way to have copying mechanisms is for a normal, there's gonna develop a norm for you to not really be fast-paced and just super swiftly like the capitalistic society, right? But lastly, on vulnerability, let's weigh this. They've told you on how they cater towards maybe the vulnerable actors in their side of the house by like poor people or like underprivileged people, but we say on how this creates like a much more motivation for us because people don't have to really neglect like certain childhood euphoric feelings in order for them to pursue their dreams. They can do it hand in hand. This is therefore you should vote for proposition proud to propose.
Okay. Okay, I guess that's it. Grand final from NSDC Jabar 2025. Congratulations, guys, and see you in closing ceremony. Bye-bye.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everyone.
Everyone.
Kalau semua sebentar lagi kita akan mulai hasil closing ceremony-nya. Jadi kita akan mengumumkan 3 pembicara terbaik yang akan menjadi perwakilan atau delegasi Jawa Barat untuk NSDC tingkat nasional beserta top 10 best speakers dan juara 1, 2, dan 3.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kepada yang terhormat Bapak Koordinator Lomba Bidang PSMA, Pak Fajar Mulyawan MSI. Kepada yang terhormat Tuan Rumah Kepala SMAN 1 Lembang. Yang terhormat Dewan Juri NSDC, Ketua MKKS Provinsi, Kabupaten, Kota atau yang mewakili, untuk Kepala Sekolah, Ketua MGMP Provinsi, Kabupaten, Kota, pengurus MGMP Bahasa Inggris dan pendamping, panitia dan khususnya peserta NSDC tingkat Provinsi Jawa Barat. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Mari kita sama-sama panjatkan puji syukur kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala bahwa rangkaian kegiatan yang sudah kita lakukan dalam 2 hari ini sudah selesai. Apresiasi setinggi-tingginya kepada para peserta, pendamping, dan tim pendukung kegiatan yang membersamai kegiatan ini. Mohon izinnya saya Suningsi yang membantu kegiatan penutupan ini. Adapun rangkaian acara dalam kegiatan penutupan ini adalah laporan Ketua Panitia oleh Pak Yudi Subarkah SM, penutupan oleh Koordinator Lomba Bidang PSMA Pak Fajar Mulyawan MSI, baru kemudian dilanjutkan pengumuman hasil Dewan Juri dan pembacaan doa oleh Pak Kiki Nurmawansah SPDI untuk kemudian ditutup. Baik, tanpa berlama-lama, untuk laporan Ketua Panitia dipersilahkan kepada Pak Yudi Subarkah. Waktu dan kesempatannya.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Yang terhormat Ibu Kepala Bidang Pembinaan Sekolah Menengah Atas, dalam hal ini diwakili oleh Bapak Koordinator Lomba Bidang PSMA Dinas Pendidikan Provinsi Jawa Barat Pak Fajar Mulyawan. Yang saya hormati Pak Asep sebagai tuan rumah, hatur nuhun pisan Pak. Kemudian Dewan Juri, MKKS, MGMP, Bahasa Inggris atau yang mewakili, panitia dan peserta NSDC tingkat Provinsi Jawa Barat. Puji dan syukur kita panjatkan kehadirat Ilahi Robi, yang mana atas rahmat dan karunia-Nya alhamdulillah kita dapat melaksanakan lomba debat bahasa Inggris. Salawat serta salam semoga tercurah ke junjungan kita Nabi besar Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Bapak Ibu, izinkan kami untuk menyampaikan laporan penutupan kegiatan lomba debat bahasa Inggris atau NSDC pada Lomba Debat Indonesia tahun 2025 tingkat Provinsi Jawa Barat. Dokumen pelaksanaan anggaran nomor 101.1.01.49 tentang pembinaan minat bakat dan kreativitas siswa Dinas Pendidikan Provinsi Jawa Barat tahun 2025. Pelaksanaan NSDC tingkat Provinsi Jawa Barat tahun 2025 telah selesai dilaksanakan secara daring selama 3 hari mulai dari persiapan dan pelaksanaan selama 2 hari. Untuk penilaian juri dilaksanakan di SMA Negeri 1 Lembang dengan peserta sebanyak 81 siswa. Pelaksanaan kegiatan ini berjalan lancar, tidak ada kendala dan alhamdulillah sukses sesuai dengan tujuan yang diharapkan. Mudah-mudahan pembicara terbaik tingkat provinsi yang mewakili ke tingkat nasional menjadi juara di tingkat nasional. Demikian laporan kegiatan ini. Untuk selanjutnya mohon berkenan Bapak Koordinator Lomba Bidang PSMA Dinas Pendidikan Provinsi Jawa Barat untuk menutup kegiatan ini secara resmi. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih kepada Pak Yudi atas pemaparan laporan kepanitiaannya. Berikutnya hadirin yang kami muliakan, penutupan oleh Koordinator Lomba Bidang PSMA Pak Fajar Mulyawan MSI. Untuk waktu dan kesempatannya dipersilakan Bapak.
Baik.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Sampurasun. Innal hamdalillah nahmaduhu wa nasta'inuhu wa nastaghfiruh wa na'udzu billahi min sururi anfusina wa min sayyiati a'malina may yahdihillahu fala mudhillalah wa may yudhlil fala hadiya. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la syarikalah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasulullah nabiyya ba'd. Yang terhormat para dewan juri, yang saya hormati Bapak Kepala SMA 1 Lembang selaku tuan rumah, para pendamping Forum MKS serta MGMP Bahasa Inggris yang saya hormati dan saya banggakan. Puji dan syukur kita panjatkan kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa taala atas rahmatnya kita masih bisa berkumpul dalam rangka persiapan untuk penutupan kegiatan Lomba NSDC. Bapak ya dan Ibu yang saya hormati, hadirin yang berbahagia, tidak terasa rangkaian acara NSDC tahun 2025 jenjang SMA telah sampai pada penghujung. Selama 2 hari ini kita telah menyaksikan penampilan luar biasa dari para siswa terbaik bangsa yang menunjukkan kecerdasan, keberanian dan keterampilan berargumentasi yang membanggakan. Ajang ini bukan sekadar lomba debat, melainkan juga wadah pembelajaran untuk menumbuhkan sikap kritis, menghargai perbedaan pendapat, dan menumbuhkan jiwa kepemimpinan generasi muda Indonesia. Kami ucapkan selamat kepada para pemenang yang telah berhasil meraih prestasi gemilang. Semoga keberhasilan ini menjadi motivasi untuk terus berkarya dan memberi kontribusi positif bagi negeri. Bagi yang belum meraih kemenangan, percayalah bahwa pengalaman berharga dan proses panjang dalam kompetisi ini adalah kemenangan sejati yang akan menempa masa depan kalian. Ucapan terima kasih yang sebesar-besarnya juga kami sampaikan kepada seluruh peserta, dewan juri, guru pembimbing, panitia serta semua pihak yang telah bekerja keras demi terselenggaranya kegiatan ini. Akhir kata, mari kita jadikan semangat NSDC sebagai energi untuk terus berprestasi, membangun bangsa dan menyalakan cahaya masa depan Indonesia. Dengan mengucapkan syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa taala, maka secara resmi acara National School Debating Championship tahun 2025 tingkat SMA secara resmi ditutup. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Terima kasih kepada Pak Fajar Mulyawan yang sudah menutup kegiatan ini. Para hadirin yang kami muliakan, mari kita bersama-sama mengucapkan hamdalah bersama-sama. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Baik, untuk kegiatan penutupan sudah selesai. Kita masuk ke kegiatan inti, yakni pengumuman hasil oleh Dewan Juri yang akan dibacakan oleh Chief Adjudicator Mas Stanley dan juga Pak Dani. Yang pertama akan diumumkan adalah juara tim terbaik untuk Provinsi Jawa Barat di tahun 2025 ini yang akan disampaikan oleh Pak Stanley atau saya memanggilnya Mas Stanley. Untuk Mas Stanley silahkan untuk waktu dan kesempatannya. Dipersilakan. Oh, best speaker terlebih dahulu, baiklah. Baik, adik-adik semuanya kita geser kegiatan. Diumumkan dulu top 10 best speakers untuk NSDC Jawa Barat 2025. Seperti yang diutarakan di awal sosialisasi, 3 best speaker inilah yang akan menjadi perwakilan Provinsi Jawa Barat ke tingkat nasional. Jadi mudah-mudahan perwakilan ini menjadi representasi terbaik dan membawa nama Jawa Barat ke tingkat yang paling tinggi. Untuk pembacaan top 10 best speakers ini dipersilahkan Pak Dani untuk maju ke depan untuk mengumumkannya. Silakan.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Right, good afternoon, dear debaters, educators, and so on. On behalf of the educators, we also would like to give you the greatest gratitude. Okay, here I would like to start reading, and I am very honored to read these best speakers. I would like to read from the 10th to the 4th. And later on, you know that the last 3 will go to the national. Right. For the first best speaker, the 10th best speaker. 10th best speaker goes to, congratulations, Nindya Natania, Kabupaten Kuningan, SMAN 1 Kuningan. Congratulations, Nindya. Then the 9th best speaker goes to Co-8 best speaker. Please congratulations to Indira Ariane Rinaldi, Kabupaten Karawang, SMAN 1 Karawang. Valencia Elizabeth Wijono, Kota Bandung, Bandung Independent School. Please give big applause. Okay, the next 7th best speaker. Congratulations to Noya Shavana Bilge. How do you pronounce it? I'm sorry, I butchered your name. So Bilge, is it Bilge or Bilge? Kabupaten Bandung Barat, SMAN Al-Azhar Shifa Budi Parahyangan. And then the 6th best speaker. Please congratulate Muhammad Awali Faiz, Kabupaten Sukabumi, SMA Pesantren Unggul AI Kabayan Cibadak. Oh, Albayan. Sorry, I butchered that again. Please, my bad. Okay, thank you. Next, the 5th best speaker goes to, congratulations to Haikal Nur Akbar, Kabupaten Cianjur, SMAN 1 Cianjur. Okay, for the 4th best speaker, please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, James Igor Matthew Nadabdab, Kabupaten Bandung Barat, SMAN 1 Cisarua. Okay. Now, this is the moment of truth, ladies and gentlemen. The 3 best speakers who will be prepared to go to the national and NSDC. Okay. Now, the first one, please welcome Chelsea Aurelia Putri Parcistra, Kota Bogor, SMA Regina Pacis Bogor. Next, congratulations to Kirana Tisananda, Kota Bogor, SMA Regina Pacis Bogor. And finally, please congratulations Nisrina Zulfa Nur Ramadhani, Kota Depok, SMAN Negeri 3 Depok. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And they are all the best speakers, and we really hope that they do well in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dani, for the great announcement, and big applause for the 10 best speakers from West Java province. We do really proud of you all. Okay, next, because Pak Dani began with English language, so allow me to talk with that kind of language. Now, let's welcome Mas Stanley to announce the best teams, 3 best teams in West Java competitions. And for those 10 best speakers, the Disdik Prof Jabar will give you certificate for the 10 best speakers, but the 3rd best will be representative for West Java province to national level. Now, let's welcome Mas Stanley. Mas Stanley, the floor is yours.
Okay, for NSDC Jawa Barat 2025 final round result. Okay.
for second runner-up of NSDC Jawa Barat 2025 based on semifinal speaker score. Congratulations to Kabupaten Karawang, Jihan Sarlis Rashida, Indira Ariana Rinaldi, and Joanna Natasha Tampubolon. Congratulations. Next, for first runner-up of NSDC Jawa Barat 2025, congratulations to Kota Bogor, Naura Ivanka Adriela, Chelsea Aurelia Putri Pacistra, and Kirana Tisananda. Congratulations. And for the champion of NSDC Jawa Barat 2025, we congratulate to Kota Bandung, Sarah Anu Maili, Valencia Elizabeth Wijono, and Keanu Jauhari. Congratulations. So it's the result of the grand final round. I thank for everyone for the participation. Thank you so much, Mas Stanley. And for the best 3 teams, we'll have certificate incentive that we called as uang pembinaan and also piala. Later on, the committee from this Dikprov will make a group to make coordination with you all. Thank you so much, Mas Stanley, and for those who attend in this lovely occasion, both from SMN1 Lembang and also from Zoom. Terima kasih adik-adik semuanya. Let's give applause dong. And reaction. Iya. Terima kasih. Hatur nuhun, mudah-mudahan lomba debat ini menjadi pembelajaran untuk kita semua, untuk terus berproses, untuk terus bertumbuh, untuk terus berefleksi, untuk terus rendah hati menerima feedback, berani menang, berani kalah. Thank you so much. See you for the next NSDC for the next year. Ya, saya lupa berdoa, saking inginnya mengakhiri. Untuk menambah keberkahan dan semakin melancarkan kegiatan kita atau berdoa untuk perwakilan kita untuk level nasional, mari kita tutup dengan doa. Jadi euforianya boleh diteruskan, tapi nanti setelah berdoa. Silahkan untuk doa, waktu dan kesempatannya.
Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hadirin yang berbahagia, mari kita berdoa kepada Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa. Doa akan dipimpin menggunakan syariat agama Islam. Bagi hadirin yang non-muslim dapat menyesuaikan sesuai dengan agama dan keyakinannya masing-masing. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala Sayyidina Muhammadin ya dzal jalali wal ikram. Wa radiyallahu ta'ala an kulli sahabati rasulillahi ajma'in. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa 'azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Rabbana dhallamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Ya Allah, Tuhan yang Maha Pengasih lagi Maha Penyayang, pada hari ini yang penuh keberkahan kami berkumpul dalam rangkaian penutupan acara NSDC. Kami panjatkan puji dan syukur kehadirat-Mu atas segala nikmat, rahmat serta karunia-Mu, sehingga acara ini dapat terlaksana dengan baik, lancar dan penuh makna. Ya Allah, jadikanlah ilmu, pengalaman, serta persahabatan yang terjalin dalam ajang ini sebagai bekal untuk kami semua dalam mengabdi kepada bangsa dan negara, serta menegakkan nilai-nilai kebenaran, kejujuran dan keadilan. Ya Allah, berikanlah kepada para peserta, juri, panitia dan seluruh yang hadir, yaitu kesehatan, kekuatan, serta keberkahan dalam setiap langkahnya. Tuntunlah kami agar menjadi generasi yang cerdas, berakhlak mulia, dan mampu membawa perubahan positif bagi negeri ini. Ya Allah, kami mohon ampun atas segala kehilapan dan kekurangan dalam penyelenggaraan kegiatan ini. Terimalah amal baik kami dan jadikanlah kegiatan ini sebagai bagian dari ibadah kami kepadamu. Rabbana la tuzigh qulubana ba'da idh hadaitana wa hab lana min ladunka rahmah innaka antal wahhab. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wassalamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Pak Kiki untuk doanya. Terima kasih juga kepada Pak hadirin yang ikut dengan hikmat berdoa. Baik, terima kasih. Saya cukupkan sampai di sini. Tadi seperti yang tadi saya katakan, sampai jumpa di NSDC tahun depan. Tetap semangat. Untuk para dewan juri, harap berkumpul dulu ke belakang untuk foto bersama.